Chapter 912. Su Yu tore open the horizon and released Huan Gui at the same time. Then, with the cultivation of a fifth-grade almighty, he flew into the sky. 2 hours later, in the alluring cabinet master's mansion, it was quiet and empty inside. Even Shui Lian's cultivation cave was empty, as if it had been taken away. "Where is she?" Su Yu grabbed her personal maid and asked. The maid said strangely, Didn't the vice hall master say that he would go out with you on a mission and meet up with you early in the morning? Don't tell me you haven't met yet?" "What?" Su Yu was startled once again. He then rushed to the Hall of Missions to check the missions that had already been accepted. Before a mission, Su Yu saw a name, Shuelian. The mission was to head to the Heavenly Knife region and secretly receive important intelligence from the undercover agent planted by the Red Blood Palace in the Heavenly Knife region. She had gone on an extremely dangerous mission. It wasn't unusual for the Blessed and Heavenly Lands and the Heavenly Knife region to plant spies in each other's factions. Both sides were well aware of it, and so they put great effort into investigating it. Once discovered, there would be no chance of survival. Of all the missions in history, this type of mission was the most dangerous. Less than 30% of people could return alive. Why did she have to take the risk? When Su Yu looked at the mission's reward, which was 30,000 merit points, he suddenly felt a pang in his heart. She exchanged all of her merit points for crystals and gave them to Su Yu. Yet she still took the risk to fight for more crystals? For a moment, Su Yu was in a dilemma. Did he still have to leave the faction? Perhaps it was just as she had said. A martial artist's life was like a firefly in the mortal world, extinguished in an instant. The next time Su Yu returned, what he would see would be a lonely grave. You can set your mind at ease. She has carried out similar missions many times, and she's the Red Blood Palace's best informant. Nothing will happen to her. A voice echoed above Su Yu's head. It was the voice of the Grand Palace Lord. How much did he see, and how much did he know? Raising his head, he could only hear the voice, but no one could be seen. After remaining silent for a long time, Su Yu silently walked out of the faction, his inner thoughts gradually wavering. Was there no other way but to escape? Su Yu clenched his fists, his heart surging with hatred. When he arrived at the Jojo continent, he had been chased by the Golden Light Guards. He had been in danger several times, but in the end he still had to flee like a stray dog. Could it be that he could only escape? A sharp light gradually gathered in the depths of his eyes. Running away would not solve the problem. 2 hours later, Su Yu returned to the wasteland and met up with Bing Wuxin and Gong Sun Wuxia. Looking into the distance, Su Yu said, "Let's go. Let's end this quickly." Bing Wuxin stared at Su Yu's back, while a peculiar feeling welled up in her heart. Su Yu had changed her greatly, and it seemed as if something about him had changed. Not long after they left, a purple light flashed across the sky in front of the wasteland. In front of the Red Blood Palace, in the fairy confining forest, 5 golden beams of light traversed the void and descended into the forest. The 5 of them shone with golden light, and a sun and moon crown revolved around their heads, emitting an aura that caused all living beings to tremble. "It's here. Looks like I'm right." A ferocious sneer appeared at the corners of the bright light guard's mouth. It turns out that he's really hiding in the Red Blood Palace. He had mastered the Heart Tribulation Flame, and he managed to find Su Yu's approximate location by relying on the tribulation flames left in his body. It was the Red Blood Palace. The other 4 bright light guards also revealed cold expressions. "We've been chasing him for more than half a year, and we've finally come to an end. Leader, let's take action." The bright light guard nodded. A flame-like heart was beating on his chest, emitting wisps of black tribulation flames. Several hours ago, he appeared at the faction's gate. It seems like he has left the faction and is heading toward. The bright light guard's leader was unexpectedly able to accurately determine Su Yu's whereabouts, and he didn't even miss the time. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze. Hold on. Who's interfering with my senses? The bright light guards' leader's pupils contracted. The other bright light guards were also shocked. The person who could obstruct the senses must have a great ability, and he was at least stronger than the leader. Is it Mo Tianxian? The bright light guards revealed looks of dread. In the last battle with Mo Tianxian, if they hadn't relied on the central prefecture's king's projection to repel her, at least one of the 5 of them would have died, and the others would have been severely injured. Mo Tianxuan's fighting prowess was so great that no one below the Jiuzhou king was confident of fighting her. Even if the 5 of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Mo Tianxian. If they ran into Mo Tianxian here, it would be quite disadvantageous for them. No, if this woman really did it, she would have rushed out long ago. The leader of the bright light guards shook his head. It should be another extremely strong person. If I'm not mistaken, it was this person who erased most of the disastrous flames on that lad's body, which led to our failure in hunting him down. It seems like that lad is protected by an expert. We have to be careful, the leader of the bright light guard said. The other 4 bright light guards said, but we have no way of knowing where he went. The leader of the bright light guards said, don't worry. Although the senses have been cut off and we can't pinpoint his exact location, we can still determine his approximate location. It'll just take some effort. Let's go. If we're discovered by that crazy woman, it'll be troublesome. The leader of the bright light guards led the others and flew away. Not long after they left, the demonic energy in the space surged violently, and a woman clad in black energy stepped out. This woman was Mo Tianxian. Bright light guards? They still dare to come to the Red Blood Palace? Mo Tianxuan's eyes were filled with killing intent, and a strange look appeared on her face. Why did they come here? Are they looking for something? She had been wondering why the bright light guards had appeared in Yuling Mountain, and now they had appeared in the outer sanctum of the Red Blood Palace. They were acting suspiciously, as if they were looking for something. Since the 5 great bright light guards had been mobilized, the thing they were looking for must be quite important. It seems like it's necessary to investigate the people and matters of the faction recently, and see if they have anything to do with the appearance of the bright light guards. Mo Tianxuan's eyes flickered, and she retreated into the void. She looked in the direction where the bright light guards had disappeared and snorted coldly. You guys left fast. 5 days later, 3 people arrived at a city that was neither too big nor too small. One of them had white hair and looked like an immortal. The other was extremely beautiful and cold, and the last one was as sweet and lively as a fairy. The 3 of them attracted many people's attention. According to Master Ghost's letter, it was the city master of Tianyuan City who had discovered some clues. He used to be an alchemist of the Elixir Alliance, and he was indebted to Alliance Master Zhao. After learning about Mo Yang's traces, he immediately informed Alliance Master Zhao, who then told Master Ghost about it. Let's go see the city master first, Bing Wuxin said. Su Yu looked around and frowned slightly. Wait, we can't go there like this. Tianyuan City is under the jurisdiction of the Soul-Seizing Palace, and many strong men of the Soul-Seizing Palace have been stationed there. They might recognize us. Once our identities are exposed and spread, it will be very disadvantageous to capturing Mo Yang. Humph, I don't need you to remind me. Gong's son Wuxia was a little indignant, and she dragged Bing Wuxin into a small alley. Su Yu shook his head. If he hadn't reminded them, the 2 of them would have swaggered around the streets. They followed them, and the group chose a secluded alley and found their way to the mansion of the Tianyuan city master. Swoosh! The 3 of them flipped over and entered, avoiding the many guards, and hurried all the way to the cavern where the Tianyuan city master trained. However, the Tianyuan city master wasn't among them. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were filled with silver light as he scanned the entire mansion. Any hindrance was useless under the transparent eye. Every blade of grass and every tree in the mansion was under Su Yu's control. At that moment, as Su Yu's eyes swept across a side chamber, he found two elders. One of them was a 4th grade Almighty Elder. He had a hideous scar on his forehead, and half of his ear had been shaved off. He was the Tianyuan City Master. The reason why Su Yu was so sure was that there were many elixirs at the Almighty level that could heal physical injuries. Even if they were missing an arm or a leg, they could most likely find elixirs to heal it. Almighty who were disabled, like the Tianyuan City Master, was very rare. The other one was a 5th grade Almighty middle-aged man. He looked ordinary, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. His most obvious feature was the purple crescent moon between his brows. The door of the side chamber was tightly shut, and it seemed like they were discussing something in secret. All of a sudden, the crescent moon middle-aged man seemed to have sensed something, and he looked in Su Yu's direction. The purple crescent moon flashed, and Su Yu felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Shocked, Su Yu withdrew his transparent eye. Who is that? He can actually sense the existence of the transparent eye, and he can even dispel it. Su Yu was surprised. After a moment of silence, Su Yu said, "Do you know of such a person in Tianyuan City?" Su Yu described the middle-aged man's appearance in detail. Bing Wuxin didn't even think about it before she said, "You're talking about the Soul-Seizing Palace's 3rd elder, the Purple Moon demonic man, right?" An elder of the Soul-Seizing Palace? Su Yu had a bad feeling about this. All the elders of the Soul-Seizing Palace had seen Su Yu's appearance when he reverted to his aged state, so this 3rd elder must know him too. Once he saw Su Yu's current appearance, he would surely recognize him as Inu, who was wanted by the Central Prefecture. Once his identity was exposed, Su Yu's aged body would lose its concealment function. Why did you mention him all of a sudden? Bing Wuxin didn't notice Su Yu's unusual behavior. Su Yu laughed it off. "I saw him on the street, just now." "Oh, I see. There's nothing strange about it. The Purple Moon demonic man is in charge of the jurisdiction of this area," Bing Wuxin said. Su Yu didn't suspect anything, and he waited quietly. After half a cup of tea's time, a 4th grade Almighty Elder with a broken right ear rushed over. He looked at Su Yu and the others from afar, and his eyes were filled with delight. He picked up his pace and said, "I was wondering who had barged into my city master's mansion. So it's the 3 emissaries from the Red Blood Palace. My apologies for not coming out to greet you." His eyes swept over Su Yu and the others, and for a moment, his gaze fixed on Bing Wuxin. His eyes were filled with dread, as if he knew how powerful Bing Wuxin was. "You're the city master of Tianyuan City, Erling?" Bing Wuxin sized up the elder. "That's me. Emissaries, please follow me." "I've been waiting for you for a long time," Erling said as he led Su Yu and the others to a secret chamber. This secret chamber happened to be the one where Su Yu had seen him having a secret conversation with the Purple Moon demonic man just now. Erling was very polite to them, and he didn't look down on them just because they had the fairy cultivation. "Lord Emissary, this is the spiritual tea that I've specially prepared for you. It's obtained from Tinya City and it's very rare. It can calm the mind and prolong one's life." Erling brewed a few cups of tea. Su Yu and the others didn't move an inch, and they had no intention of drinking the tea. "City Master Air, you'd better inform us of Mo Yang's whereabouts as soon as possible. We have an important mission at hand, and we can't afford to delay," Bing Wuxin said coldly. Erling was embarrassed, and he clapped his hands. A servant girl came over with a long, black wooden box. The long box was filled with dense energy. "Lord Emissary, this is the trace of Mo Yang that I found." Erling placed the long box on the table and opened it slowly. All of a sudden, a gust of energy assaulted their faces. Su Yu and the others couldn't help but wrinkle their noses, and they unleashed their vital energy to protect themselves to prevent the energy from entering their bodies. When the energy dissipated, the object in the long box was revealed. It was a black, severed arm that looked like coal. The inside of the severed arm was empty, and there was only a layer of skin on the surface. It was extremely strange. Gongsun Wuxia snorted and said, "Old man, what can you see from a dead man's arm? Are you trying to fool me?" Bing Wuxin interrupted her, and her eyes shone with shrewd light. "No, this isn't an ordinary arm. It's the skin that was shed by someone who cultivated some kind of demonic technique." Chapter 913. Exactly. The Red Blood Palace has a legendary level demonic technique called the Holy Demon Transcendent Scripture. It has a total of 3 stages, and every time a martial artist succeeds in cultivating it, he or she will experience a complete transformation. I'm talking about the true transformation. From the bones to the essence of blood to the appearance, everything will change dramatically, and the martial artist's strength will rise accordingly. It was very famous in the faction in the past, but unfortunately when Mo Yang betrayed the faction, he took it along with him. Until now, Mo Yang is the only one who has been cultivating this scripture. If this severed arm really belonged to Mo Yang, then the news of Mo Yang's appearance is definitely true, Bing Wuxin said. Upon hearing this, Su Yu understood that there were cultivation techniques in the world that could allow martial artists to transform like animals. If that's the case, the appearance of Mo Yang now is no longer the Mo Yang of 10 years ago? Su Yu asked. Bing Wuxin nodded. Yes, that's why he was able to hide safely for 10 years despite being hunted down many times. No one knows what level his holy demon transcendence scripture has reached, and no one knows how many times he has transformed. There's no way to find out what his appearance looks like. Su Yu frowned deeply as he stared at the severed arm. The only way to find Mo Yang is with this arm. City Master, where did you find this arm? They could only search carefully at the place they found to see if they could find any clues. Haha, don't worry, emissaries. Before you arrived, I ordered people to investigate in secret. Now, we've found Mo Yang's hiding place. The city master smiled. Although he looked ferocious, he was very warm-hearted. Bing Wuxin's eyes lit up. Really? Where is it? I'm just a lowly city master. Would I dare to deceive the emissaries? I only hope that you can put in a few good words for me in the Red Blood Palace. The city master smiled sheepishly. If he performed meritorious service in this matter and was rewarded by the Red Blood Palace, the soul-seizing palace that governed him would more or less reward him. Bing Wuxin nodded. Of course. Where is he hiding? According to my people's investigation, after Mo Yang transformed, he became very weak. In order not to attract attention, he hid in a remote and desolate village with tens of thousands of people. The city lord's expression was solemn as he said, "However, my people are unable to get close because Mo Yang is extremely vigilant. He will change his hiding place at the slightest sign of trouble. The tracking experts I hired have lost him several times because of this. So, if you really want to capture Mo Yang, you better be prepared. If you pursue him openly like this, Mo Yang will most likely escape." Bing Wuxin's eyes flashed. "Oh, in your opinion, what should we do?" The city lord was already prepared for this. He suggested, "It would be best if you pretend to be a family that is passing by this village. In order to avoid Mo Yang's suspicion, I suggest that the 3 of you pretend to be a mortal family that is fleeing from a disaster." Bing Wuxin was taken aback when she heard that. A family of mortals fleeing from a calamity? Us and him? She pointed at Su Yuxian. "That's right. I have a few special talismans that can hide your cultivation completely. You will look like mortals, and you will surely be able to fool Mo Yang's eyes and ears." The city lord said, "As long as you successfully sneak into the village and ask around, you should be able to find out where Mo Yang is. After all, it is only a small village with a limited number of people. If a stranger comes, they will know better." As soon as he finished speaking, Gongsun Wuxia jumped to her feet. "I strongly object. If we pretend to be a family, what will I be?" Bing Wuxin said indifferently, "Isn't it great to be my younger sister? If you are my daughter, that's fine too." I don't want to be a daughter. I am already 18 years old." Gong Sun Wuxia bounced her short body, her face flushed. "What about him?" Gong Sun Wuxia pointed at Su Yu. Su Yu said indifferently, "Whatever. I don't mind being your grandfather." "Get lost," Bing Wuxin and Gong Sun Wuxia said in unison. Seeing that they couldn't reach an agreement, the city lord shifted his gaze and said, "Why don't this emissary pretend to be a mortal landowner? And the two ladies pretend to be the landowner's wives. Other than that, it's hard to come up with a better choice." Bing Wuxin didn't have any objections. She never cared about things like reputation. Only Gong Sun Wuxia was furious. How could this be? However, Erling was right. With their ages, it would be difficult for them to have suitable identities among mortals. If they were grandfather and grandson, the age gap between the two granddaughters would be too large. Only this kind of old landowner married two beautiful wives, which fit the status of mortals. "Sure, but if you dare to touch us, don't blame me for being rude," Bing Wuxin said coldly. Su Yu said indifferently, "Up to you. I've never had any other thoughts about you." The three of them stared at each other as they reached an agreement. "Gentlemen, let's not waste any more time. I'll bring the 3 emissaries to that remote mountain village." "If there's a need, I'll be at your service," Erling said. Su Yu didn't refuse. After all, a 4th grade almighty could be of great help at crucial moments. Erling led them out of Tianyuan City and galloped toward a desolate mountain. Along the way, they could vaguely see small human cities, almost all of which were inhabited by mortals. The famous 100,000 Great Mountains are ahead of us. The terrain is complicated, and many mortals live in the mountains all their lives, unable to leave them. Coupled with the lack of resources there, almost no martial artists are willing to venture deep into it. "Mo Yang has indeed found a good place to recuperate here," Erling said as he looked at the dark, continuous mountain range. 100,000 great mountains? Su Yu looked ahead, and an obscure light flickered in the depths of his pupils. 3 days later, even with their speed, they still couldn't cross the 100,000 great mountains. Instead, they landed outside an extremely ordinary village. Erling's expression turned grave as he led the 3 of them down. "We've arrived. Mo Yang's hiding place is ahead of us. Here are 3 talismans that can help you hide your scents." He took out 3 purple-red talismans. Their colors were very strange, and they looked a little evil and bloody. Bing Wuxin and Gong Sun Wuxia were a little surprised. They were experienced and knowledgeable people, but they didn't recognize these talismans. These are the latest talismans that have been restored from the ancient times. They are called the Sumeru breathtaking talismans, and they were famous talismans in the ancient times. Once they are pasted on the body, they can conceal their scents, the city master said. As he spoke, he pasted one on his chest, and the talisman immediately disappeared. At the same time, his martial artist scent was immediately suppressed. Standing before them, Su Yu and the others didn't detect the slightest bit of martial artist scent. "Is it that amazing?" Gong Sun Wuxia was the most curious, and her eyes lit up as she took one of the talismans. She naughtily pasted it on her forehead, and all of a sudden, her scent quickly dissipated, and she became an ordinary 10-year-old girl. Bing Wuxin's eyes flickered slightly. After seeing the city master put one on, she took another one and pasted it on her waist. Her 9th grade fairy cultivation dissipated right after. When it was Su Yu's turn, he took one without hesitation and pasted it on his chest. In this way, all 3 of them had become extremely ordinary mortals. "Let's go." Bing Wuxin held the long sword in her hands, strode forward with her slender legs, and took the lead. Behind her, Su Yu walked out unhurriedly. "What? Are you going to leave me behind, just like that? We don't look like a squire and a concubine." Bing Wuxin's pretty eyes turned cold, and she turned around fiercely. She gritted her teeth, but in the end, she stopped and waited. She said stiffly, "Master, let's go." Suyu smiled. "Haha, my two beloved concubines, come with me." Old hooligan, Gong Sun Wuxia, clenched her fists angrily. She and Bing Wuxin stood on either side of Suyu. Although the relationship between the three of them seemed stiff, it still seemed like it at first glance. When they arrived at the village, smoke was rising from the chimneys, children were frolicking on the streets, and the cows and sheep were returning to their sheds. It was a joyous and harmonious scene. The arrival of Suyu and his two companions immediately attracted people's attention. After all, they were three extremely unfamiliar faces. "Big sister, little sister, and old grandpa, who are you?" A little boy with a dog's tail who was wearing ragged pants asked them while biting his finger. He looked very innocent and natural. Bing Wuxin said, "There was a plague in my and younger sister's village and many people died. We escaped and came here with great difficulty. Who are your parents? Are they at home? We want to stay in the village for a night. Can you take us to meet your parents?" The boy nodded. "Sure, my parents are in the house. They will surely welcome you. Come with me." The boy skipped and ran all the way, leading Suyu and his companions back to his home. "What a peaceful village!" Gongsun Wuxia looked around and muttered to herself. Suyu looked straight ahead, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Is that so?" Under the boy's guidance, they came to a dilapidated courtyard. It was ordinary and clean, and the flowers and plants in the courtyard were well taken care of. It could be seen that the boy's parents were very hardworking. Pushing open the courtyard door, the boy pointed at the house in the middle. "Big sister, little sister, old grandpa, go in. Father and mother are in the house." Gongsun Wuxia looked at the closed doors and windows and asked curiously, "It's dusk. Why are the doors and windows closed?" The boy's small face darkened. "Mother is seriously ill, and she can't be exposed to the wind. So the doors and windows are usually closed." "I see. Little sister, I'm a fairy, and I can surely save your mother." Gongsun Wuxia giggled. She used her vital energy to heal mortals, and most diseases could be cured. A bright smile appeared on the boy's face, and he nodded. Bing Wuxin knocked on the door. "Is the owner in?" There was no response. Bing Wuxin frowned slightly and pushed the door subconsciously. However, the door was not closed, and it was easily pushed open. However, the moment it was pushed open, a bloody smell assaulted their senses. The stench of blood was nauseating. Bing Wuxin's expression tensed up, and she shouted softly, "Be careful! There are dead bodies inside, and they've been dead for at least 10 days. Wait, that boy, there's something wrong with him." Bing Wuxin came back to her senses. How could one not know that one's parents had been dead for 10 days? However, when she looked back, the boy was nowhere to be seen. He had run out of the yard, and his pure and adorable face was full of malevolence and a cold smile. "Who are you?" Bing Wuxin's eyes turned cold. The boy crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his eyes were full of calmness and vicissitudes that did not match his age. His voice was also hoarse. "Aren't you looking for me?" The three of them were taken aback, and their expressions changed drastically. "Are you Emo Yang?" The boy laughed hideously. "What do you think? That's great. I swallowed 2 4th grade Almighty and a 5th grade Almighty last time, and I shed my skin. This time, there are 3 more, especially you, Bing Wuxin. I've been wanting to taste your bloodline for a long time." Bing Wuxin's eyes narrowed. "How did you know I'm Bing Wuxin?" They had never met before, and Bing Wuxin lived in seclusion in the faction. How could Emo Yang know her? "Hee, of course, it was me who told you." A familiar chuckle reached their ears. An old man, with a scar across his forehead and a missing right ear, stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at them with a smile. "Ling, you plotted with Emo Yang to lure the inner sanctum disciples of the Red Blood Palace here." Bing Wuxin suddenly realized that she had finally discovered the trap. Ling chuckled sinisterly. Isn't it too late for you to realize it now? If this matter were to spread back to the faction, it would surely cause a huge commotion. A city master under their jurisdiction had actually colluded with Mo Yang to harm the disciples of the faction. The smell of blood coming from the house was most likely from the inner sanctum disciples who had chased after Mo Yang. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Bing Wuxin's mouth. Is that so? Do you think that you can kill us with the help of Mo Yang? The little boy, Mo Yang, laughed coldly. You still don't know when you're about to die. Ling, don't waste your breath on her. Let's do it. Ling chuckled, and a cruel light flickered in his eyes. Bing Wuxin, I admit that I'm no match for you, but you seem to have forgotten something. He patted his chest, and a purple-red talisman slowly emerged. Haha, I forgot to tell you that this Sumeru respiration talisman, in addition to concealing one's aura, has a huge side effect, and that is... Ling smiled coldly. Bing Wuxin and Gongsun Wuxia's expressions changed at the same time, and they patted their chests hurriedly, trying to throw the talisman away. However, it was too late. Bing Wuxin suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, and a soul-piercing cold energy crazily invaded her body, freezing her limbs and veins. She wanted to revolve her vital energy to resist it, but when her vital energy came into contact with the cold energy, it was frozen. Bing Wuxin was horrified. What kind of cold energy is this? Why is it so terrifying? Gongsun Wuxia's small face turned pale, and a layer of ice gradually appeared on the surface of her body. Her small mouth trembled as she said, This is not cold energy. Cold poison. Cold poison was also a kind of poison. Crack! The two of them were frozen into ice sculptures in a few breaths' time. They stood motionless on the spot, and only fear could be seen in their eyes. The cold poison did not stop there, and it continued to wreak havoc. Before long, even their consciousness was frozen, and their vision gradually fell into darkness as their bodies fell into a deep sleep. Ling laughed mockingly. What kind of outstanding disciple of the Red Blood Palace are you? You were tricked so easily. The little boy laughed hideously as he stared at Bing Wuxin, his eyes flickering with excitement. He licked his lips and said, Bing Wuxin's bloodline is inherited from that lord. I believe that once you absorb it, you will surely have nature-defying miraculous effects. Ling's eyes heated up as well. I also have a share of the credit, so give me half of it. Well said. The little boy chuckled. Right at that moment, a discordant voice reached their ears. Aren't you looking down on me, Sue, by discussing how to split the spoils now? The abruptness of the words startled both of them. The little boy raised his brows and his face darkened. Ling, what are you doing? Why is this guy unscathed? Bing Wuxin and Gongsun Wuxia were frozen by the cold poison hidden in the purple-red talisman, while Suyu was standing in the yard unscathed. Ling looked surprised. I don't know either. This lad is a little strange, and I saw him stick the talisman with my own eyes. But he's just a 5th-grade fairy, and I think he's just here to make up the numbers. Chapter 914. Although I don't know what means you used to resist the cold poison in the Sumeru breathtaking talisman, if I were you, I would have run away from the very beginning instead of staying behind to make sarcastic remarks. Ling sneered as he walked toward Suyu. When he was 100 feet away from Suyu, his eyes turned cold, and his whole body surged with violent waves of vital energy, crashing toward Suyu. If such a majestic vital energy were to be directed at a 6th-grade fairy, he would probably be stunned and unable to move. Unfortunately, Suyu was not an ordinary 6th-grade fairy. Enveloped by the enormous vital energy, Suyu looked calm and smiled. When Ling was within 10 feet of him, a green light flashed on his arm, and a black shadow suddenly appeared without warning. Ling, who was charging towards him, turned pale with fright. Without thinking, he tapped the ground with his toes and retreated. However, after the black shadow appeared, it caught up with him at an even faster speed, grabbing Erling's shoulder. While Erling was still in shock, another palm slammed mercilessly on his head. With a dull thud, Erling's head was smashed like a watermelon. Then a soul flew out from the top of his skull, its face full of fear and resentment. "Ah, you little thief, you played dirty." Suyu smiled. "Same here." As he spoke, layers of reincarnation ripples appeared in his eyes, like a bottomless whirlpool. The physical world was unaffected, but Erling's soul body seemed to be subjected to endless suction. "Mo Yang, what are you waiting for? Save me." Erling screamed in horror. They had worked together for many years, and for many years it was Huan Gui who had secretly hidden Mo Yang and provided him with a large number of practitioners. It could be said that Mo Yang owed him a great debt of gratitude. However, there was no response for a long time, because Mo Yang had slipped away the moment Huan Gui appeared. He was extremely cunning. As for Erling's life and death, Huan Gui had never thought of saving him. "Come in with peace of mind," Suyu said calmly. As Erling roared unwillingly, he was taken into the soul space. Suyu's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his hand, he took Bing Wuxin and Gong Sun, Wuxie's frozen bodies, into the 9 Jade spiritual pearl. Then he ordered Huan Gui to take Suyu and quickly chase after Mo Yang. This place was a small town. After Mo Yang's tracks were exposed, he had nowhere to hide, so he fled all the way into the 100,000 mountains. You could sense that the current Mo Yang had just gone through a metamorphosis, and he was in his weakest form of a child. His cultivation was about the level of a 3rd-grade almighty, which was almost the same as when he had betrayed the faction. However, he could also feel that Mo Yang's aura was undergoing a subtle change. It was becoming stronger bit by bit. After Mo Yang had undergone such a metamorphosis, his abilities at his peak were incomparable to those of the grade 3 fairy in front of him. Hence, Suyu had to kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he was given enough time to recuperate and build up his energy, or if he was given a large amount of nourishment to quickly recover to his peak state, Suyu would be the one in trouble. Half a day later, Suyu finally caught up with him with the scent of the demon Yang. However, he was very cunning and used some kind of method to leave his aura in 3 directions at the same time. Suyu smiled faintly. He activated his silvery white eyes and looked in 3 different directions. Passing through countless mountains, rivers, and obstacles, Suyu saw through all 3 directions. Among them, the aura that went deep into the 100,000 mountains belonged to a flying demonic beast. It had a piece of Mo Yang's molted skin tied to its body. In another direction, there was a giant python that had been frightened and was trying to escape. In its stomach, there was a part of its body that had been swallowed. It was also part of Mo Yang's molted skin. However, Suyu couldn't see the end of the path that led to the outside of the 100,000 mountains. Mo Yang had probably chosen to escape from the 100,000 mountains. With a smirk, Huan Gui carried Suyu and tore through the air in pursuit. After another day of pursuit, Mo Yang repeated his old tricks several times in an attempt to distract Suyu. However, Suyu saw through them all. It was as if he had identified Mo Yang as his target. Another half a day passed. Including this day, Suyu had chased after Mo Yang for 2 whole days. Suyu finally caught up with Mo Yang near a cliff at the edge of the 100,000 mountains. At the moment, the pair of blood-red wings on Mo Yang's back were dull and lifeless. They had lost their spirituality. Mo Yang's face was ghastly pale and his aura was weak. It was obvious that he had expended a lot of energy. It seemed that the reason he could persist in fleeing for 2 days and 2 nights under the pursuit of the 5th-grade almighty, Huan Gui, was because of this pair of blood-red wings. Mo Yang leaned against the edge of the cliff and panted loudly. He stared at Suyu with a ferocious look on his face and asked in a low voice, "How did you catch up with me?" The body that he had molted had never been discarded. It was used to confuse the enemy when he was fleeing. The strong men of the inner sanctum of the Red Blood Palace had been pursuing him for 10 years. Among them, there were many experts who could track his aura, but they had all lost him. In the end, they had even fallen into his meticulously designed trap because they had tracked his aura. What Mo Yang hadn't expected was that his successful method of scattering his aura would be useless in the hands of a mere 6th-grade fairy disciple, who had chased him all the way here. This was the first time Mo Yang had felt threatened. How can a mere aura hide from me? Do you want me to kill you, or do you want to kill yourself? The former will be very painful, Suyu said calmly. Such a high and mighty and oppressive tone made Mo Yang extremely uncomfortable. This was what he usually said to the students of the Red Blood Palace who had fallen into his trap. But today, Suyu had used it on him. Lad, what's the point of killing me? That old thing promised you 3 million merit points. So I can promise you 20 million crystals. With such a huge amount of crystals, why do you need to stay in the Red Blood Palace? In Tianya City, you can buy whatever resources you want. Isn't that better? Mo Yang rolled his eyes. Suyu replied calmly, merit points are useless to me now. Why would a person who had never returned to the faction need merit points? You agree. Mo Yang's eyes shone brightly. Suyu shook his head. I don't lack crystals, but since I've accepted the mission of killing you, and since I can complete it conveniently, why not? Mo Yang's face fell, and he gritted his teeth. Fine, I know I can't escape today, but can you tell me why the Sumeru Respiration Talisman doesn't work on you? Even Bing Wuxin, who had a special bloodline, had been affected by it. He couldn't figure out how Suyu had managed to do it. Oh, you mean this? Suyu touched his chest lightly, and a purple-red talisman gradually appeared on his chest. It seemed to be stuck to Suyu's chest, but how could the cold poison within it not affect Suyu? Rip. Suyu casually tore it off. A layer of colorful film was faintly discernible between his muscles and the veins of his skin. It was the poison-repelling effect of the moonless, tri-directional elixir. You were prepared, so you've already seen through Erling? Mo Yang asked in a low voice. Suyu nodded with his hands clasped behind his back. That idiot deserved to die. Even his disguise was exposed. Mo Yang said angrily. However, Suyu said, haha, I saw through him not because he gave himself away, but because his disguise was too good. I have a bad habit of guarding against people who are overly enthusiastic, and Erling happened to be the one I was guarding against, Suyu said. From helping us track down your whereabouts and keeping an eye on you, to helping us devise a disguise so that you wouldn't be vigilant, to taking out the precious talisman to help us hide our aura and enter the village to track you down. Finally, he even brought us here personally. He then added, we're not related to him at all. Yet Erling took such great pains to help us, just because he hoped that we would put in a good word for him when we returned to the faction. To be honest, I feel that he's a hunter who's patiently luring his prey into a trap. In his previous life in the business world, it was Suyu's greatest taboo to be unaccountably courteous. Anything given by a mortal must have a purpose. Bing Wuxin and Gong Sun Wuxia weren't careless people. So how did they get tricked? They were led by Erling and walked into the trap unknowingly without realizing it at all. In the end, they ended up wearing the talisman of unknown origin, completely unprepared for it. Mo Yang let out a long sigh. So that's how it is. I have one last question, Mo Yang said. Suyu tapped his chin. All right, go ahead. Since you're trying so hard to stall for time and want to release your ultimate skill, upon hearing that, Mo Yang's eyelids twitched and his pupils shrank. However, he smiled and said, at this point, do you think I can still survive? Oh, is that so? Then, what's the talisman in your stomach that's being activated? Suyu asked nonchalantly. Mo Yang was overwhelmed with shock. His so-called wish to die in peace was indeed to stall for time. He was trying to activate the talisman hidden in his body in an attempt to catch Suyu off guard and kill him. However, He had just activated it when Suyu discovered it. How did he detect the movement in his body through his stomach? For a moment, Yang had an illusion that the most difficult person to deal with among the people who were hunting him this time wasn't the ferocious Bing Wuxin, who was hiding a 9th grade almighty killer move, but the seemingly inconspicuous Suyu. Yang felt a sense of fear and trepidation. He had been hunted for 10 years, yet he had never experienced such a terrifying feeling of being seen through. He opened his mouth and spat out the talisman in his stomach, aiming it at Suyu. Rumble. Once the talisman appeared, it immediately turned into an endless, exploding fireball. The tremendous explosive power was like a full-force strike of a 5th grade almighty. Huan Gui's black shadow flickered, and he retrieved a long whip, which was permeated with terrifying flames. As he whipped it, the exploding fireball was rapidly whipped out. The seemingly dangerous blow did not cause any harm to Suyu at all. Yang didn't even look at the outcome as he plunged down the cliff. However, he hadn't flown for long when he heard the whistling sound of wind coming from above his head. It was Suyu who had chased after Yang the moment he had jumped down. Yang wasn't angry. Instead, he was delighted. What he feared the most was the 5th grade almighty strong man who was being manipulated. As for Suyu, even though he was strange, his cultivation was still there. Brat, since you've been chasing me relentlessly, don't blame me for being merciless. Yang roared fiercely. He extended his palm, and a snow-white bone spur pierced out of his palm. The bone spur was like a beam of light, extending infinitely and piercing through Suyu's position in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! The bone spur pierced through the space, causing it to tremble slightly. The space of the Jojo continent was extremely stable. Only all creation's old monsters had the power to tear it apart, and only late-stage almighty could barely shake the space. The penetrating power of the bone spur was no less than that of a 6th grade almighty. Chapter 9:15. With a cold look in his eyes, Suyu waved his sleeves, and a shapeless silk thread cut the long bone spur apart. Yang let out a shrill scream. Ah, my hand! How could you possibly cut it? Even a top-grade spiritual artifact might not be able to do it. However, Suyu paid no attention to him. Like a fly, he kept waving the silk thread along the way, cutting off the bone spur inch by inch. Yang screamed in agony. He hurriedly withdrew the bone spur, and without looking back, he dived into the depths of the cliff. In terms of speed, the 3rd grade almighty Yang was naturally far superior to Suyu. In just a few breaths, Yang had disappeared. But it was only temporary. A fiery red light suddenly erupted in midair above the cliff, and a pair of flaming wings spread out abruptly. Suyu's body technique surged, and he caught up with Yang in an instant. At that moment, Yang was about to reach the bottom of the cliff. At the bottom was a bottomless, ice-cold pool. Yang dived straight into it, as if there was something in it that could save his life. As his eyes swept across the pool, Suyu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if there was something in the depths of the pool. He couldn't wait any longer. Suyu took a deep breath and weaved signs with both hands. The moonlight on his right palm was hazy, and it grew stronger and stronger, finally enveloping the whole world. Yang looked up and was overwhelmed with shock. He saw that the boundless horizon was shrouded by a huge bright moon, as if the moon had fallen from the sky and was crushing him. What shocked him even more was that he recognized this scene. The unique skill of the Central Prefecture's King's Guard, the first style of the heaven-extinguishing divine palm, moon palm. Impossible. You are a student of the Red Blood Palace. How could you be proficient in the heaven-extinguishing divine palm? Yang exclaimed in shock. A faint voice came from the boundless moonlight. I will tell you after you go down. Boom! The boundless bright moon shrouded the area, and Yang was turned into fragments in the moonlight, all falling into the icy pool. The first style of the heaven-extinguishing divine palm was more than enough to kill a third-grade Almighty. However, Su Yu's ears suddenly twitched. Amidst the sound of flesh falling to the ground, Su Yu heard a strange movement. Looking over, the flesh and blood of Mo Yang, which had been shattered, had actually reformed. Resurrection. Impossible. Su Yu used his transparent eye to scan it. Sure enough, he found that the demon sun that had just been reassembled was the body that the demon sun had once regenerated. Since it was missing a few parts, it was in an incomplete state. However, his cultivation was that of a fifth-grade Almighty. Damn it! You ruined my holy demon true body. I want you to suffer a fate worse than death. Mo Yang's eyes were blood-red and overflowing with hatred. This body was the empty shell that he had left behind when he had transformed, and it possessed the cultivation of a fifth-grade Almighty. Originally, after the metamorphosis, as long as he captured a few strong Almighties and used their blood essence, he would be able to quickly recover from the state of a child to the state of an adult. By then, his cultivation would have reached the level of a sixth-grade Almighty. If Su Yu rushed over at that time, he would undoubtedly be seeking his own death. But now, Su Yu had destroyed his newest body while he was still young. In other words, Mo Yang's cultivation of the holy demon transcendent scripture had come to an end, and the body he had shed was no longer sufficient for him to undergo another transformation. This kind of matter that destroyed one's future could be said to be a blood feud. Now that he had no choice but to revert to his previous body and reach the level of a fifth-grade Almighty, he was no longer afraid of Huan Gui. Hence, he naturally had to take revenge. Die. Mo Yang, who had transformed into a fifth-grade Almighty, had his strength increased tremendously. Su, you didn't even get a clear look of his figure before he was already 10 feet away from him. However, Su Yu didn't panic. Instead, he shook his sleeves, and a small 5-colored tower appeared in his palm. As he instilled the 5 elements into it, the small tower immediately released a layer of 5-colored ripples, which protected Su Yu's body. With a dull thud, Mo Yang's body was bounced back, while the ripples on the surface of Su Yu's body didn't budge at all. As he staggered and flew away, Mo Yang was in an extremely sorry state. His eyes were bloodshot with rage as he yelled, "Who the hell are you?" Mysterious flying wings, mysterious silk threads, mysterious defense, and a mysterious fifth-grade Almighty puppet. How could this be an ordinary fairy? Even most early-stage Almighties couldn't compare to him. "You don't need to know that," Su Yu said indifferently. Right at that moment, a swift and fierce palm print descended abruptly and bombarded Mo Yang's body. He wanted to resist, but his degenerated body was incomplete, so his flexibility was greatly reduced. He was hit in the chest in a moment of carelessness. His chest was pierced through, and as the vital energy vibrated, his whole body exploded. Mo Yang's head was sent flying, filled with pain and resentment. Su Yu waved his palm and enveloped the head with his vital energy. This head was worth a whole 300 merit points. Su Yu quickly stuffed the head into his space ring, then immediately captured Mo Yang's soul and destroyed it. Only then would Mo Yang be truly killed. However, Mo Yang was extremely cunning. The moment his body was shattered, his soul left his body and dove into the ice-cold water of the pool without saying a word. Huan Gui was about to dive into the water to chase after him, but he was stopped by Su Yu. "Wait, don't go in." The depths of the pool gave him a very dangerous feeling. Su Yu squinted his eyes and looked into the depths of the pool with his transparent eye. Soon, Su Yu found Mo Yang's soul that had entered the pool. He was filled with resentment, and with a small bag in his mouth, he dove into the bottom of the pool. The pool was extremely deep, and it took Mo Yang 10 minutes to reach the bottom of the pool. At the bottom of the pool, there was a stone door that had been cut into the side of the cliff. Boundless ghost energy emanated from within the stone door. It was eerie and intimidating, making one shudder with fear. Mo Yang greets my master. Mo Yang's soul knelt in front of the stone door. "Master?" Mo Yang actually has a master? Who is he? At that moment, an old and cold voice came from within the stone door. What about Erling? Where is he? Master, when we were looking for a few students of the Red Blood Palace, we were schemed against by one of them. Erling died, and both of my bodies were destroyed, Mo Yang said resentfully. The voice from within the stone door spoke again. So, the souls that you were supposed to collect have also been lost? Master, Mo Yang protected his souls with his life, and they are all in this small bag, Mo Yang said. He loosened his mouth, and the small bag in his mouth fell to the ground. The stone door opened a slit, and a dark ghost energy surged from within. It was extremely eerie. A withered ghost hand, which looked like only bones, reached out from the slit of the stone door and grabbed the small bag. Shortly after, the agitation of countless souls could be heard, followed by terrified and shrill screams. This was followed by the sound of chewing, which was accompanied by even more shrill screams. It was as if those souls were being chewed and eaten alive by something. After a moment, the screams of the souls disappeared and were replaced by a long moan. Mo Yang lowered his head and said, Master, the brat who hunted me is above the pool. Please avenge me. A hoarse voice came from within the stone door. Of course. I will avenge you, but you foolishly lured him here and exposed my existence. You need to be punished as well. What? Mo Yang's face changed drastically. Before he could react, a skinny hand reached out from the slit of the stone door at lightning speed and grabbed him. Then a shrill scream that made one's blood run cold rang out, and the sound of chewing stopped abruptly. Suyu, who was above the pool and witnessing everything, felt his scalp go numb. His pupils shrank abruptly. Oh no, let's go. Without hesitation, Suyu spread his red wings and soared into the sky with Huan Gui. Right at that moment, the pool surged and the waves tumbled. With a splash, a withered ghost claw that was hundreds of feet long emerged from the depths of the pool. The ghost claw was like lightning as it tried to grab Suyu. Seeing that it was about to grab Suyu's ankle and pull him into the bottom of the pool, Suyu had a thought, and Huan Gui flew over and stood in front of Suyu. Sizzle! Huan Gui's calf was grabbed, and he was pulled into the pool at lightning speed. A cold light flashed in the depths of Suyu's eyes. He quickly pulled out the silk and slashed it at the sinister ghost claw. Crack! The ghost claw was broken. Without thinking, Suyu grabbed the ghost claw and fled with Huan Gui. At the bottom of the pool, a cry of pain came from within the stone door. Who is it? How could you cut off my Vajra corpse? Splash! The stone door opened, and a figure shrouded in ghost energy rushed out of it, arriving above the pool. When the ghost energy dissipated, a withered, skeleton-like figure appeared. 2 purple flames were flickering in his sunken eye sockets, and his whole body was emitting an evil ghost energy. Although he had changed a lot, if Suyu were here, he would surely recognize that the person before him was Manor Master Zhang, whose body had been occupied by the soul of an all-creation ghost in the Yuling Mountain. After escaping from the Yuling Mountain, he had actually been hiding here. Moreover, judging from his cultivation, he seemed to have recovered a lot and had reached the all-creation level. His gaze pierced through the void and looked in Suyu's direction, but he could not find him. Suyu had long since escaped. Who is it? Why does he have such a familiar aura? Manor Master Zhang's whole body emitted a cold aura. I can't be hunted down by the Jiuzhou Almighties for the time being, so it seems like I can only kill him. As he spoke, Manor Master Zhang took out a jade pendant and left a message. Pass down my order. Investigate the people in the Red Blood Palace who accepted the mission to kill Mo Yang. Kill them all. The jade pendant burned and traveled through the void. It was unknown whose hand it had been sent to. Meanwhile, Suyu was thousands of miles away. He was not flying, but was sticking close to the ground. A purple-red talisman was stuck to his body, concealing all of his aura. No matter who looked at him, he looked like a mortal. It was not until a few days later that Suyu was sure that the terrible aura of the ghost clan had not chased after him, that he removed the Sumeru respiration talisman and heaved a long sigh of relief. Who is at the bottom of the pool? Why is it resting there? Also, that voice seems very familiar. Suyu's expression was grave. He had originally been hunting Emoyang, but he had not expected to attract a terrible ghost. Fortunately, he had left early. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After thinking about it, Suyu chose a safe place and sat down with his legs crossed. Then he entered the soul dimension. It was pitch black all around. Suyu said coldly, "Evil god, where is the soul that was taken in just now?" He had to ask Ling about this matter. Hee, of course. It has become a delicious snack. Kid, do you want a bite? The evil god did not show himself in the void. Suyu frowned. This is my soul dimension. As he spoke, the soul dimension vibrated, and the evil god, who was hiding in a secret place, was forcibly captured. At first glance, Suyu was shocked. Chapter 9:16. It was holding a dying soul in its mouth. It was Ling, who had just been let in. Suyu narrowed his eyes and said, "You have recovered to such an extent? It seems that you have gained great benefits from the evil spear on the tree goddess." When Suyu tried to pull out the long spear from the tree goddess, he was invaded by the evil energy. When his soul space was loosened, the evil god took the opportunity to absorb some of the evil energy. The evil god was nourished by the souls of 3 or 4 almighty levels, and the drop of blood only doubled in size. However, that trace of evil energy made the drop of blood of the evil god more than 10,000 times stronger. Hey boy, let's make a deal. Why don't we work together to steal all the evil energy from the tree goddess? After absorbing it, I should be able to recover 10% of my strength. When that time comes, whoever dares to bully you, tell me. I used to be known as the Emperor of slaughtering heaven and earth. I killed gods and Buddhas. Whoever dares to touch you, I will let them know why the flowers are so red. The dog that the evil god had transformed into said vaguely with the soul in its mouth. Suyu shook his head calmly. With your words, I will try my best to stay away from the evil energy on the tree goddess. If the evil god really recovered 10% of his strength, could a mere soul space subdue him? At that time, the evil god would vent its anger of being imprisoned, and Suyu would be annihilated. How could Suyu agree to such a stupid thing? Hey, boy, I am your dear evil god. I will harm anyone but you, right? The evil god rolled its eyes and revealed a lascivious look. The ancient bronze tree goddess is also very beautiful. If you help me recover 10% of my strength, I will help you subdue that woman and become your concubine. How about that? We will benefit, both of us. Suyu shook his head, unmoved. This evil god was too cunning. Last time he was almost fooled and cheated of his divine crystal. Don't waste your time, Suyu said calmly and looked at the evil god. Speaking of which, is this what your original body looks like? Why is it a dog? Hey, who are you calling a dog? I am the divine emperor who slaughters heaven and earth. How can I be a dog? The evil god instantly felt humiliated. This god emperor's true form is the heaven-devouring divine hound. Anyone who sees me has to call me god emperor. Divine dog. Suyu pondered. Dog, isn't it just a dog? At most, it's a divine dog. Ah, I'm not a dog, woof woof. Woof, woof, woof. The evil god barked. Suyu was speechless. He squatted down and grabbed Erling's half-dead soul from Erling's mouth. Stupid dog, open your mouth. I have something to ask him. Woof, woof. My meal if you don't hand it over. The evil god bit the soul tightly and kept dragging it back. Suyu was not in a good mood and gave it a kick. Stupid dog. The evil god was kicked to the ground. He immediately threw a tantrum and wailed, Murder! Oh, I've killed a dog. Someone come quickly. Su Yu rolled his eyes, grabbed Erling's soul, and asked, "Who is your and Mo Yang's master?" At this moment, Erling was almost tortured to death by the evil god. Meeting Su Yu was like meeting his savior, so he naturally told him everything he knew. It's a ghost who calls himself the Ghost General Bloodbone. He really is a ghost. How did you become his slaves? Su Yu asked. Erling said he was being hunted, and it was said that he escaped from the direction of the Red Blood Palace's Yuling Mountain. Mo Yang and I were looking for an almighty to attack, but we came across him, who was on the verge of death. We were about to attack him, but we didn't know he was a ghost, and he even had a 9th grade almighty peak. We were controlled by him, and he ordered us to send him almighty level souls every month to help him recover from his injuries. It's him. Su Yu's pupils shrank. The All Creation's old monster ghost who had possessed Manor Master Zhang. The Ghost General Bloodbone. Su Yu had an ominous feeling in his heart. Why did he suddenly wake up in the Yuling Mountain? Was it a coincidence, or was there a plan? 100 years had passed since the great war between humans and ghosts, but no one could forget that dark and tragic era. It was an era when almost all races were wiped out. After 100 years, the ghost had once again appeared stealthily, which made Su Yu very uneasy. Apart from you and Mo Yang, does he have any other slaves? Su Yu asked. Erling was gradually turning transparent, and seemed like he couldn't hold on any longer. He nodded with difficulty and said yes. How many? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. The Ghost General Bloodbone had the ability to transform humans into ghosts. It had been 4 to 5 months since he had left the Yuling Mountain, so only God knew how many humans he had transformed. Erling was getting weaker and weaker. Mo Yang and I were only the first 2. Later on he developed some great influences. All of them were under his control. Even the great influences were under his control. Su Yu's heart sank. Which influences? Erling's lips wriggled, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't. His eyes closed and his soul dissipated. On my meal. The evil god pounced over like a dog, bit the soul and gobbled it up. After he was done, he licked his lips and wagged his tail. Kid, don't worry about the Ghost General Bloodbone. Let's go look for the tree goddess again. I'll recover my cultivation, and you can sleep with her. Hey, don't go. After returning to his body, Su Yu had a grave look on his face. Which influence was it controlled by the Ghost General Bloodbone? How big was it? If he didn't guard against it, it would become a disaster sooner or later. After all, he was a student of the Red Blood Palace, and he had an obligation to warn the faction of danger. After thinking for a while, Su Yu wrote a letter, explaining the matter of the Ghost General Bloodbone. He hoped that it would be taken seriously when he brought it back to the Red Blood Palace. Then he summoned Bing Wuxin and Gong Sun Wuxia, who were frozen from the 9 Jade spiritual mirror. The cold poison in their bodies had been largely eliminated, especially Bing Wuxin, whose chest was emitting a warm current, which had already eliminated most of the cold poison. Su Yu condensed brilliant starlight in his palm and placed it on their backs, slowly extracting the cold poison. For hours later, most of the cold poison in their bodies had been eliminated. Su Yu deliberately left a small amount of cold poison in their bodies, so they continued to remain unconscious. In their current state, it wouldn't be long before they woke up on their own. Su Yu placed the letter in Bing Wuxin's hand. At the same time, he took out the space ring containing Mo Yang's head and stuffed it into Bing Wuxin's sleeve. After that, Su Yu looked at the 2 of them and sighed softly. As fellow faction members, I can only help you this much. Take care of yourselves. When he finished speaking, he stepped into the void and flew away. Before long, the 2 of them woke up one after another amidst moans. Gong Sun Wuxia shivered her small body, which was shivering all over. She opened her bewildered eyes and regained consciousness. She quickly realized what had happened before she fainted, and she yelled, "Ayya! How dare you plot against me? I'll kill you all." When she stood up, she saw Bing Wuxin standing on the ground with both feet on the ground, holding a letter in one hand and a space ring in the other. She was visibly moved. Gong Sun Wuxia had never seen such an expression on her face before. At the same time, Gong Sun Wuxia quickly realized that one person was missing. Where's the old perverted thief? Gong Sun Wuxia looked around, and her expression changed. Could he have been killed by that traitor Erling? Thinking of that, Gong Sun Wuxia fell silent. Although she hated Suyu, she felt a pang of melancholy when she learned that he had been plotted against. "Sister Wuxin, how are we going to explain this to the faction? The two of us who helped him are safe and sound, but he perished," Gong Sun Wuxia said in a low voice. "Also, how are we going to explain this to Cabinet Master Shulian? She took great care of Suyu, and the great palace master appreciated him very much." Bing Wuxin looked into the distance, lost in thought. She passed the letter over without saying a word. "What's this?" Gong Sun Wuxia took it, unfolded it, and said in shock, This is the handwriting left behind by that guy. He didn't die?" Bing Wuxin nodded deeply with her snow-white chin. "Yes, he didn't die, and he even saved us." "Him? That can't be right. He was just like us, and he should have stuck that purple-red talisman on him. How could he be fine?" Gong Sun Wuxia was extremely shocked. Bing Wuxin said it shouldn't be fake. "Before I fell asleep, I vaguely heard his voice. Apart from him, no one could have saved us in time." Gong Sun Wuxia couldn't believe it. "Then, how did he escape with us? Apart from Mo Yang, there was Erling, and he was a 4th grade almighty. He should have been eliminated by him too, right?" Bing Wuxin took out the space ring and handed it to Gong Sun Wuxia. She glanced inside and sucked in a breath of cold air. "Mo Yang? He killed Mo Yang with his own hands?" "Yes, it's not surprising. With that unexpected puppet, killing Mo Yang was still very easy." However, Bing Wuxin's beautiful eyes were full of shrewdness. "No, look carefully again. There is a lingering aura of moonlight on Mo Yang's body. He must have been destroyed by a powerful cultivation technique, or he was severely injured. Su Yuxian must have hidden an even more powerful strength, an absolute strength that is enough to kill a 3rd grade almighty. All of us have underestimated him." The corners of Bing Wuxin's mouth curled up slightly, and a brilliant and proud smile appeared on her cold face. Gong Sun Wuxia caught the scene and asked suspiciously, "Sister Wuxin, you can't have been captured by that old pervert, can you?" You're right. If someone were to throw a mission worth 3 million merit points at me, I might also be smashed to the point where my heart would be in turmoil." She couldn't help but tease her. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Gong Sun Wuxia glared at her. "I'm just curious." She couldn't understand why Suyu had been so cold to her in the Demon Mountain, but now left such an important merit point for her. Her calm heart was stirred up, and Suyu's image appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but ask herself, "Does he really like me?" "Where is he now?" Gong Sun Wuxia asked, not noticing the changes in Bing Wuxin's heart. Bing Wuxin shook her head. "He didn't say anything in the letter. You can ask him when you get back to the faction." What she really wanted to ask was why Suyu had given her the 3 million merit point mission. Could it be that he had never intended to get the merit points in the first place, and had only wanted to help her silently? Beep beep. All of a sudden, the crisp sound of the messaging jade pendant rang out in their arms at the same time. When they took it out and heard it, their faces changed at the same time. The Red Blood Palace has issued an urgent order. All students who are on missions near the Shangguan family are to rush to the Shangguan family immediately. An unknown force is stirring up trouble and besieging the Shangguan family. 3 days ago, the entire Luo family was slaughtered, and the Shangguan family is under heavy siege. Students who receive the news will rush there immediately. Experts from the outside sanctum are on their way. Gong Sun Wuxia asked suspiciously, which force is it? Half a year ago, the 4th-ranked family was annihilated overnight, and now the 5th-ranked family has also been annihilated. How dare they besiege the Shangguan family? Bing Wuxin's eyes flickered with coldness. Who cares who they are? We'll just annihilate them. If we can kill the enemy's leader in a battle like this, we'll get a lot of merit points. Humph, that's true. I was plotted against on a mission this time, and I have nowhere to vent my anger. Gong Sun Wuxia flashed an evil smile. She had been suppressing her anger. Su Yu, who was nowhere to be found, came to a riverside to check his gains. It was a ghostly arm from the ghost soldier Bloodbone. The arm was extremely hard, and it contained a powerful, all creation's mighty force. Su Yu felt a sense of danger just by wrapping it with vital energy. I wonder how powerful this claw will be if it's slapped down. Su Yu's eyes flickered with interest. The palm of an all creation's old monster still had some mighty force left, so the power it could unleash should be very powerful. This could be considered a trump card. Su Yu took out the jade box, sealed the ghostly arm, and carefully placed it into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Master, there's still this. Hu Wangui, who was guarding him, suddenly handed over a black bag. Su Yu asked in surprise, "What's this?" "When I killed Mo Yang, I casually grabbed it from his waist and chest," Shaoqin said. Hu Wangui pierced Mo Yang with his palm and grabbed the black bag hidden in his chest. Mo Yang's storage bag? Su Yu was quite surprised, and he immediately probed it with his soul energy. He found that there were many good things inside. There were more than 1,000,000 crystals, which was a considerable gain. Su Yu accepted it without hesitation. There was a scroll sealed in liquid, and the words Holy Demon, Transcendent Scripture were written on it. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and he took out the scripture and opened it on the spot. After reading it, Su Yu frowned deeply. He was very curious about Mo Yang's metamorphosis technique, and only after seeing it with his own eyes did he realize how vicious this scripture was. With this technique, every layer of metamorphosis would allow one to break through a level. When one broke through 9 levels, he would successfully reach the all creations level. However, every metamorphosis required the absorption of powerful flesh and blood essence, and it required a large amount of it. Mo Yang had metamorphosed 3 times in a row, and he had killed at least 30 Almighty to achieve what he had today. This kind of demonic technique that consumed human flesh and blood was really hard for Su Yu to complement. A flame streaked across his fingertip, and the scripture was burned on the spot. It was better to destroy such a harmful thing. As he continued to rummage through the bag, Su Yu found another well-preserved jade box. There was an elixir recipe inside, as well as a jade gourd. Inside the jade gourd was an elixir the size of a fist with 6 patterns. Its whole body was pitch black, and 6 meridian-like patterns surrounded the elixir. Through the jade box, Su Yu saw the name of the elixir recipe. 6 Demons Incredible Elixir. It's that ancient elixir. Su Yu's heartbeat quickened slightly. This was the item that Mo Yang had stolen when he betrayed the faction. It was a type of incredible elixir that Master Ghost had spent decades refining. This elixir was known as the #1 incredible elixir of the demonic path, and it had a mysterious effect on breaking through to the all creations level. The #1 demonic faction of Jojo, the supreme heavenly demon faction, had coveted this elixir. He had thought that the elixir had been consumed or sold by Mo Yang. He had not expected to keep it. He must have intended to save it for when he had metamorphosed to the highest level before consuming it and breaking through to the all creations in one go. Unfortunately, Su Yu had benefited from it in the end. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he searched the bag again. Before long, he found a pile of materials that had been hidden very deeply. They were all precious materials that were rarely seen on the continent. Each of them was worth up to $100,000. They were all elixir materials for refining the 6 demons' incredible elixir. Back then, Mo Yang had taken them away along with the materials. In his delight, Su Yu transplanted all the materials into the nursery of the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Although there was only one portion left, after cultivation, if he obtained the seed, it could be reproduced indefinitely. Coupled with the fact that he had deciphered the elixir recipe, it would be effortless for Su Yu to refine the elixir on his own in the future. Haha, the harvest this time is far greater than I imagined. Su Yu stared at the 6 demons' incredible elixir, his eyes shining brightly. The elixir was naturally useless to him now, but the amazing demonic energy contained in it gave Su Yu hope of continuing to cultivate the 9 dragons' devil-subduing art. Just as Su Yu was in high spirits and was about to find a way to absorb the demonic energy in the 6 demons' incredible elixir, a beeping sound came from his chest. He took it out and opened it. An urgent message about the faction fell into his ears. The Shangguan family is heavily surrounded. Su Yu stood up abruptly, his expression changing slightly. After pondering for a moment, Su Yu put away the things and flew toward the Shangguan family without hesitation. He had received a gift from Shangguan Yang and had promised to protect the family. Now that the Shangguan family was in trouble, he was duty-bound to help. Chapter 9:17. This place still belonged to the soul-seizing palace's sphere of influence. The Shangguan family happened to be close to this area, and Su Yu could not shirk his responsibility. After 3 days, Su Yu crossed a long river. Su Yu had a deep impression of this river, as it was called the Ice-Sealed River. Back then, when he had broken through to the fairy realm, he had been chased by the 5 Golden Light Guards and narrowly escaped death. It was also at this river that he had met Zi Xian and resolved the crisis. As he swept his gaze across the river, Su Yu recalled that when he left the Red Blood Palace, Zi Xuan was nowhere to be seen, and he couldn't even bid farewell to her. It would be difficult for them to meet again in the future. Su Yu did not forget that there was a familiar influence near the river. It was the Sidhu family, which was ranked 3rd, second only to the Shangguan family. It was thanks to the Sidhu family that Su Yu was able to enter the Red Blood Palace to train until now. On the way to the Shangguan clan, they would have to pass through the Sidhu clan's sky castle. 3 days later, Su Yu discovered an island that was floating in the sky from afar. Endless waterfalls fell from the 9 heavens and surged towards the vast land below. It was a magnificent sight. The Sidhu family occupied a fairyland in the human world when it came to the spiritual beauty of the mountains. He did not intend to go to the Sidhu clan. Firstly, after half a year, the Sidhu clan's madam might not remember Su Yuxian, a junior. Secondly, time was of the essence, and he had no time to waste in the Sidhu clan. With a thought, Su Yu passed by the castle in the sky. Just as he was about to leave, a few figures flew towards him. "Hey, junior martial brother Su, why are you here?" The newcomer's skin was pale and his expression was weak, as if he was suffering from a serious illness. Su Yu was startled. "Senior brother Shanliang?" The person who had just arrived was Bai Shanliang, and he was accompanied by Gong Sun Wuxia, who was full of grievances, and a few outer sanctum disciples. However, Bai Shanliang was not their leader. Instead, it was Palace Mistress Kong Chan who was leading them. "Greetings, Palace Mistress Kong Chan." Su Yu's heart was moved, but he still wore an indifferent expression as he went forward to greet her. Palace Mistress Kong Chan was slightly surprised. "Why are you in the Sidhu clan? Could it be that you've received Palace Master Hua's order to come to the Sidhu clan? What was going on? Weren't they supposed to help the Shangguan clan? Why would Palace Mistress Kong Chan lead her people to the Sidhu clan?" Rolling his eyes, Su Yu said, "I'm going to the Shangguan family, and the Sidhu family is just passing by." Palace Mistress Kong Chan was enlightened, so that's how it is. "If that's the case, you don't have to go to the Shangguan clan. Just stay with us and guard the Sidhu clan." Without waiting for Su Yu's explanation, Palace Mistress Kong Chan led her people and descended above the sky castle. The mighty momentum shook the entire island. The people on the island were startled and flew out, while Madame Situ's eyes lit up with delight. She flew out and greeted her respectfully. "Greetings, Palace Mistress Kong-chan. Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier." "Let's talk inside," Palace Mistress Kong-chan said as she waved her hand. The group of 10 people entered the island one after another under the reverent gazes of the Situ family. "Junior brother Su, I haven't seen you in 4 months. I'm in awe of all the earth-shattering things you've done." Bai Shanliang squeezed over and coughed twice. Su Yu raised his brows. "Senior brother Shanliang, you must be joking. In Tianya City, I was just lucky to have met a senior who could help me. How could it be earth-shattering?" Bai Shanliang shook his head like a rattle-drum. No. Senior brother, you're right. I can't believe you gave a merit worth 3 million merit points to Bing Wuxin. TSK, I really couldn't tell that junior brother Su was such a hot-blooded person. You actually loved junior sister Bing so deeply. Su Yu had initially wanted to give the merit points to Bing Wuxin, then flee far away from the faction and never have anything to do with the Red Blood Palace again. Hence, he had never imagined such a scene. Cough, senior brother Shanliang, you're overthinking it. Senior sister Bing is in urgent need of 1 million merit points, and I don't lack them for the time being, so... Su Yu explained. Ah, that's even more incredible. Senior brother Su, you didn't hesitate to give up 1 million merit points just to win the beauty's heart. Such boldness is a role model for all the men in the Red Blood Palace to learn from. Bai Shanliang said loudly, his eyes filled with longing. The students who had come with him stared at Su Yu's back with deep respect. Emperors, kings, and generals loved beauties more than they loved their country. Su Yu was speechless. He had given the merit points to Bing Wuxin because he didn't need them anymore, and Bing Wuxin was in urgent need of 1 million. He hadn't expected such a misunderstanding to occur. Senior brother, you've really misunderstood. My relationship with her isn't. Su Yu said hurriedly, without waiting for him to explain. Bai Shanliang smiled and patted Su Yu's shoulder. Ha! Junior brother, you don't need to be in such a hurry to clear your name. Unless you're planning to leave the faction and don't care about merit points, then you can just give away 3 million merit points. Otherwise, even the inner sanctum's left and right palace masters wouldn't be able to give away such a huge amount of merit points so easily. Su Yu's heart thumped, and he felt slightly guilty. Up until now, no one had noticed that Su Yu was planning to leave the faction except for the smart woman, Xuelian. If he was exposed, Su Yu would surely be captured and brought back to the faction alive. At that time, once they started suspecting him, many of his secrets would be exposed. Su Yu opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Junior brother, when you return to the faction, I suggest that you formally propose marriage to Bing Wuxin's family and make her your fiancée. Only then can you completely put an end to those inner sanctum geniuses' delusions, Bai Shanliang said. Su Yu laughed dryly. He didn't retort, nor did he agree. Humph, he can't wait for that to happen. Gong Sun Wuxia had emerged from the crowd and snorted with her head held high. In her opinion, all of this was Su Yu's way of getting close to Bing Wuxin. Su Yu glanced at her. He still couldn't understand why Gong Sun Wuxia's attitude toward him was getting worse. Shaking his head softly, Su Yu said, Senior brother Shanliang, didn't the faction send an order for all the people nearby to rush to the Shengguan family? Why did Palace Master Kong-chan bring you all to the Situ family? Bai Shanliang stroked his chin and said, because when we rushed over, the influences that besieged the Shengguan family had already dispersed. We have limited manpower, and some of us have to stay behind to guard the Shengguan family and take care of the many injured people. So, we can't spare more people to search for the traces of the hidden influences. So, Palace Master Kong-chan came to the Situ family to borrow some strong men and use their power to search. So that was the reason. Hearing that the Shengguan family's crisis had been averted, Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Palace Master Kongchan's borrowing of soldiers was exactly what the Situ family wanted. How many families would want to give a deputy palace master of the outer sanctum a favor? In the future, if the Situ family needed help, Palace Master Kongchan would surely lend them a hand. An hour later, the Situ family had lent 18 late-stage fairies and more than 100 middle-stage fairies, which was equivalent to more than half of the Situ family's strength. By Shanliang, Gong Sun Wuxie, and Su Yuxian, the three of you will stay in the Situ family. The rest of you follow me. Palace Master Kongchan said. Her purpose here was to make the Situ family feel at ease. Any family would feel uneasy when half of their strength was borrowed. Leaving by Shanliang, the three most outstanding disciples of the outer sanctum, with the Situ family was to make the family feel at ease. If the most outstanding disciples of the outer sanctum were to stay with the Situ family, what else was there to worry about? The people of the Situ family looked much more at ease, and they warmly invited Su Yu and the other two to enter. Ha! These two must be the Demon Mountain's eastern evil and western poison. I've heard a lot about you. After watching Palace Master Kongchan leave, Lady Situ personally received Su Yu and the other two. Her beautiful eyes swept over the three of them, and she immediately recognized Gong Sun Wuxie and Bai Shanliang. Both of them were famous disciples of the outer sanctum, and they had great reputations. May I know who this is? Lady Situ looked at Su Yu, and a sense of unfamiliarity flashed in her eyes. It was as if she had seen him somewhere before. She had indeed forgotten about Su Yu. First of all, it had been half a year. How could Lady Situ, who was the head of the family, remember Su Yu? Second, Su Yu's cultivation had changed greatly. Back then, he was just a kid who had just broken through to the first-grade fairy, but now he was a sixth-grade fairy. I'm Su Yuxian. Nice to meet you, Lady Situ, Su Yu said calmly. Su Yuxian. Lady Situ pondered for a moment, and a figure gradually appeared in her mind. Then she said in surprise, It's you? The Su Yuxian who entered the outer sanctum with the first place in the outer sanctum's recruitment assessment half a year ago? What she did not say in front of everyone was that Situ Yen had only been able to enter the outer sanctum because of Su Yu's protection. This was a secret between her and Su Yu. It's been a long time, Lady Situ, Su Yu said with a smile. Lady Situ looked Su Yu up and down again, her eyes filled with disbelief. Unbelievable. In just half a year, your cultivation has reached the sixth-grade fairy. She felt even more regret in her heart. Su Yu had shown outstanding talent during the external recruitment assessment. Now, it seemed like he was more than just outstanding. He was obviously a rare genius. If she had kept him in the Situ family earlier, she would have gotten a powerful ally. Madam, you flatter me, Su Yu said calmly. Lady Situ stared at Su Yu and sighed silently. She then beckoned with her hand and said, Come in, all of you. I'm going to activate the Great Defensive Formation. Half of the Situ family's strength had been diverted away, so they were at their weakest. Activating the Great Defensive Formation was a targeted move. Buzz! Buzz! All of a sudden, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth trembled. The spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles surged toward the Situ family, forming a circular defensive shield. Under the effect of the formation, the spiritual energy that surged toward them burned and turned into a fireball, engulfing the Situ family. With the heat emitted by the flames, even the early stage Almighty might not dare to barge in. Su Yu took a look at the burning spiritual energy and asked curiously, Madam, the crystals consumed by the Great Formation are not a small number, are they? Lady Situ had special expectations for Su Yu, unlike Bai Shanliang and Gong Sun Wuxie. She smiled sweetly and said, Yes, to attract such a massive amount of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy consumed is certainly an astronomical figure. Every hour, 100,000 crystals are consumed. In a day, the Situ family's annual income will be depleted. Although the sacrifice is great, the blessed and heavenly lands haven't been peaceful lately. Many families are being threatened by unknown influences. Activating the formation for a day to protect the family's safety is worth it, Lady Sidhu said. Moreover, they were working for the Red Blood Palace. She believed that the Red Blood Palace would not mistreat the Sidhu family in this regard. Suyu nodded. For some reason, he felt that something was amiss. Standing before the formation and staring at the burning fireball, Suyu said, "Senior brother Shanliang, can you tell me again about what happened to the Shangguan family?" There were only a few words in the jade communication pendant. Bai Shanliang was puzzled. After coughing twice, he said, "According to Cabinet Master Kongchan, a group of extremely powerful, mysterious people attacked the Shangguan family after receiving a distress message from them." Chapter 918. Their power is on par with the Shangguan families. The strongest among them are level for Almighty, while the weakest are fairies. Both sides are engaged in an intense battle, and both sides have suffered casualties. The Shangguan family is on the defensive, and they have suffered more casualties than any of them. When we arrived with our reinforcements, the people who were besieging the Shangguan clan couldn't hold on any longer, so they retreated and fled in different directions. That's why Cabinet Master Kongchan came to the Situ clan, which was the nearest place, to ask for reinforcements. Bai Shanliang said. Suyu squinted his eyes, and a stern look gradually appeared in his eyes. He said seriously, "There is indeed a problem." Upon hearing this, Bai Shanliang stared at Suyu and asked, "Junior brother, why do you say that?" Suyu came back to his senses and looked at Lady Situ. With a solemn look on his face, he said, "Lady Situ, please gather all the people in the family who are capable of fighting immediately and prepare for battle." His abrupt words made the people of the Situ clan shudder. They, who had been anxious and restless for a long time, immediately tensed up. "What do you mean?" Lady Situ asked with a frown. Suyu looked at the Situ family, which had become much more spacious, and said in a deep voice, "You've been tricked. The enemy's real target is not the Shangguan family, but you, the Situ family." Suyu's eyes shone with a shrewd light. What? The Situ family was the real target of that group of people? Lady Situ didn't dare to be careless, nor did she dare to let her family fall into a state of panic. She scolded him softly. "Please explain it clearly. If it makes sense, I will arrange for the members of my family to fight. This is to prevent unfounded guesses and panic." Suyu looked at the giant fireball formation and said seriously, "I received news 3 days ago that the Shangguan family has been besieged for several days, and it has been going on for 6 to 7 days. Who do you think would be so careless as to continuously attack a clan for 6 to 7 days without any confidence? It should be known that it would only take 3 days for the Red Blood Palace's experts to arrive at the Shangguan family's residence. Moreover, the disciples who are on a mission in the vicinity would have even less time. Aren't they afraid that the Red Blood Palace's experts will rush over and kill them if they fail to attack the Shangguan family? So, they don't actually want to attack the Shangguan family. Instead, they are trying to deceive people." Suyu's mind was extremely clear. Lady Situ pondered and said, "I still don't understand. What are they trying to do?" Suyu said, "They have already done what they wanted to do." He pointed at the defensive formation and at the Shangguan clan, which had lost half of its power. All of a sudden, Lady Situ seemed to have understood something, and her pretty face changed in shock. "You're saying that they're actually creating a diversion. Pretend to attack the Shangguan family and lure the Red Blood Palace's people over, then seize the opportunity to attack the Situ family?" Suyu nodded. "Moreover, they deliberately injured the people of the Shangguan family, but didn't kill them, resulting in a large number of injured people. The strong men of the Red Blood Palace who went there had no choice but to allocate a large number of people to take care of the injured, resulting in a lack of manpower to search for them. Hence, the Red Blood Palace naturally borrowed soldiers from the Situ family, which was the nearest family, causing the Situ family to be in a weakened state. Everything is a trick that they have carefully arranged. These words caused the entire place to fall into a deathly silence. Many of the Situ family members felt a chill run down their spines. Su Yu's analysis was clear and logical. With the Situ clan having lost half of its combat strength, wouldn't it be the easiest time to capture them? The enemy's real target was not the Shangguan clan, but the Situ clan. Lady Situ's beautiful face fell, and her body trembled slightly. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, she immediately said, "Send my order. All fairy-level members of the Situ clan are to prepare for battle." As she spoke, Lady Situ took out a communication jade pendant, muttered a few words into it, then tossed it away. The jade pendant disappeared into the void, sending a message to Cabinet Master Kongchan, who had just left not long ago. However, after the jade pendant crossed the formation of fireballs, it fell out of the void. Its light dimmed, and it fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Someone is setting up a formation outside, interfering with the transmission. Lady Situ's face fell, and her face turned pale. Everyone's heart sank as they waited for the jade pendant to shatter. Someone was really playing tricks. The student of the Red Blood Palace was right. We are being targeted. Who did it? How did they do it? Didn't Cabinet Master Kongchan notice the formation when she was here? Which expert set up this formation? We're doomed. We're doomed. The jade pendant can't be sent out, and the Situ family is going to be besieged. Don't panic. Lady Situ yelled softly. Her former dignity was playing a big role now, and the panicking people quietened down a little. All of you, take out your communication jade pendants and send a message to Cabinet Master Kongchan. Then, choose different directions and toss the jade pendants. Upon receiving the order, thousands of people obeyed. However, as the crashing sounds continued to be heard, everyone's hearts became heavier than before. I can't believe all of them have failed. We are surrounded. Panic rose again. Lady Situ's eyes darkened, and she bellowed, "All of you, shut up! The enemy hasn't even arrived yet, and you're already panicking. If they really come, won't you all be at their mercy?" The crowd quieted down quickly, or rather, they were trying hard to suppress the fear in their hearts. "Ghost Shadow-san, lead the 10 men of sacrifice that you've been training and break out of the siege in different directions. I believe that once you've escaped a certain range, you'll be able to leave the formation's influence. Then, send a message immediately. Cabinet Master Kongchan must know the situation of the Situ family, and ask him to lead half of the Situ family back to rescue us immediately." Swish! A gust of wind sounded, and a black residual shadow appeared silently beside Lady Situ. Its speed was so fast that no one below the almighty level could catch it. Su Yu was slightly taken aback. What a fast speed! He was afraid that this person had the body movement technique of a 5th grade almighty. This person's cultivation was only 2nd grade almighty, but his body movement technique was extremely brilliant. Then another 10 black residual shadows appeared beside Lady Situ, and they all had the body movement technique of a 3rd grade almighty. The Situ family has been training this breakout team in secret. They must have had foresight. Su Yu nodded to himself. To be able to become a great influence in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. All of them had prepared for a rainy day. Rest assured, my lady. Ghost Shadow San accepted the order and turned into a wisp of black residual light, disappearing into the formation. The other 10 people also chose a direction to break out of the siege one after another. Their goal wasn't to fight the unknown enemy, but to escape. Among the 11 of them, even if only one managed to escape, it would be enough. With the speed of 10 3rd grade almighty and 1 5th grade almighty, unless the enemy had an endless number of troops, it would be impossible to intercept all of them. Bang! However, not long after they had left, a body fell from the clouds, crashing onto the formation of the castle in the sky. It was set ablaze and crashed onto the island. The chest of the corpse had been torn apart, and it looked extremely tragic. It was one of the 10 people, wasn't it? Someone is ambushing in the depths of the clouds. The people of the Situ family gasped. It had only been a breath's time, and one of the people who had broken out of the siege had been killed. Faintly, a black figure could be seen moving in the depths of the clouds. Bang! At that moment, another figure fell from the sky, turning into a fireball and crashing onto the island. Bang! Bang! 4, 5, 6. Suddenly, a rain of people fell from the sky. One by one, the black figures were torn apart and thrown down from the depths of the sky. Every time one of them was thrown down, the faces of the people of the Situ family darkened. 9, 10. Lady Situ's pretty face turned pale, and she stared at the thick clouds in the sky. She was terrified and angry. Who is it? Who's the one hiding? Come out. Haha, I'm not hiding. It's just that you're stupid and can't see me. A cold sneer came from the depths of the clouds. Shortly after, masses of black shadows suddenly appeared in the depths of the clouds. They were densely packed, and it was as if countless locusts were flying in the depths of the clouds. At the same time, all sorts of sharp cries were heard, accompanied by a massive spiritual pressure that swept across the sky. Strong winds howled and formed tornadoes that blew away all the clouds within a 1,000-mile radius, revealing the true faces of the countless black shadows. Everyone gasped when they saw the scene, clearly. Those were not locusts, nor were they human shadows. They were enormous, ferocious birds. The weakest among them was a first-grade fairy, while the strongest was a 5th-grade almighty. Moreover, there were 5 4th-grade almighty ferocious birds, while there were no less than 100 3rd-grade almighty, 2nd-grade almighty, and 1st-grade almighty birds. As for the fairy-level ferocious birds, it was impossible to estimate their numbers. There were at least 10,000 of them. Fierce cries resounded incessantly, wisps of cruel, bloodthirsty aura, shocking spiritual pressure, and dense, black clouds of ferocious birds covered the sky, plunging everyone into despair. How could the Outer Sanctum disciples resist such an attack? Unless all the Outer Sanctum disciples were mobilized, they would all be sent to their deaths and become food for the ferocious birds. They no longer hoped that Cabinet Master Kongchan would return with reinforcements. Even if she did, it wouldn't help the situation. Even a 6th-grade almighty like Cabinet Master Kongchan would die tragically when faced with an army of more than 10,000 ferocious birds. They even suspected that Cabinet Master Kongchan might have perished. If Cabinet Master Kongchan and the others were to encounter such a massive flock of ferocious birds, they would be devoured by the flood of ferocious birds in an instant. Su Yu's pupils contracted as he took a deep breath. Apart from the Red Blood Palace and the Purple Cloud Palace, no faction in the blessed and heavenly lands could survive such a massive flock of demonic beasts. How could there be such a terrifying force hidden in the blessed and heavenly lands, and no one had noticed it? It was no wonder that the 3rd-ranked family had been wiped out overnight. Now that he thought about it, it was possible that even factions like the Soul-Seizing Palace and the Gui Yuan faction had been wiped out overnight by the flood of ferocious birds. Among all the ferocious birds, a golden eagle with a pair of sharp eyes was the most eye-catching. It seemed like the king of all ferocious birds. All the almighty ferocious birds were flying around it. Standing on its back was a purple-clothed youth with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were filled with evil. Lady Situ's body trembled slightly. Despair filled every corner of her heart. She had lost the will to fight back. To be precise, she didn't know how to fight back. Even the Situ family at its peak couldn't fight back against a flood of ferocious birds, let alone now. The people of the Situ family were also in despair. Some of the more cowardly ones had already lost all strength in their legs, and some had even collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, a warm feeling came from her palm. A gentle and powerful voice echoed in her ears and heart. Lady Situ, pull yourself together. If you lose your will to fight, the Situ family will have even less hope. Hope! Lady Situ sobered up slightly. She lowered her head to look at the palm that was holding her palm. It was old but warm and powerful. It felt like the palm of a young man. When she looked up, she saw an old face with a sage-like demeanor. It was calm and firm, as if it wouldn't change even if the sky collapsed. There's still hope. Lady Situ's voice was hoarse and low because of her despair. Chapter 919. Is it because he's afraid of the great defensive formation? Lady Situ regained some of her composure. Just as Suyu had said, she was the pillar of the Situ family. Anyone could panic, but she couldn't. Suyu looked at the formation and nodded slightly. Yes, it must be the formation that he's afraid of. Although there are many ferocious birds, only 5 fourth-grade Almighty and 1 fifth-grade Almighty ferocious bird can break in. No matter how many other ferocious birds come, they'll be like moths flying into a flame, seeking their own destruction. We just need to guard against those 6 birds and hold on for a while. When the Red Blood Palace sends reinforcements from the inner sanctum, they'll retreat on their own, Suyu analyzed. Lady Situ gradually calmed down and said, yes, although 10 of them were killed, Ghost Shadow Sen escaped and may have already sent a message to Cabinet Master Kongchan. Even if Cabinet Master Kongchan is unable to help, she can inform the inner sanctum of the Red Blood Palace and ask for reinforcements. All they had to do was hold on to the formation and wait for reinforcements. Ghost Shadow Sen had already escaped and must have informed Cabinet Master Kongchan. As long as they held on, they would win. The 6 powerful ferocious birds were indeed powerful, but with the remaining combat power of the Situ family, they could still resist them. She tilted her head to look at Suyu. It was as if she was infected by his calmness and calmness. Suddenly, she felt her palm loosen. Suyu had let go of her after confirming that she had calmed down. The residual warmth made Lady Situ turn her head away unnaturally, her pretty face blushing slightly. It wasn't because she was moved by Suyu, but because she was an elder, yet she was being comforted by a junior like a young girl. Su Yuxian is right. Now is not the time to retreat. Hold on to the formation, and we still have hope. Lady Situ regained her composure and ordered the strong men of all levels in the family to take care of the 6 ferocious birds' intrusion. After the arrangements were made, she looked at Suyu and the other 2. The 3 of you follow the young students of the family into the house to hide. Leave the outside to my people. If the 3 outstanding students of the outer sanctum died in the Situ family, they wouldn't be able to explain it to the Red Blood Palace. Ahem, madam, it's all right to look down on Wuxia and me, but it's unwise to look down on junior brother Su. You probably don't know how powerful junior brother Su is. Bai Shanliang coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lady Situ was surprised, and she looked at Suyu once again. She wondered, does he really have the ability to contend with the 4th grade or 5th grade almighty demonic birds? He must have cultivated some kind of powerful movement technique, right? Lady Situ took it for granted. You don't have to worry for the time being. My clansmen can still handle the situation, and when I really need your help, I will ask for your help. What do you think? Lady Situ rejected them tactfully. She didn't think that their battle prowess could be of much help. The enemy was too powerful, and the 3 fairies' power was like a drop in the bucket. This was especially the case for Suyu, who was a level 6 fairy, and it would be difficult for him to resist the Divine Master ferocious birds' attacks. After she spoke, Lady Situ stared coldly at the evil, purple-clothed youth. No matter who you are, as long as I'm alive, don't even think about destroying my Situ family. She had taken over the clan's heavy responsibility from her late husband, so she absolutely could not watch the Situ clan be destroyed in her hands. His resolute words inspired the members of the Situ family. However, the corners of the sinister, purple-clothed youth's mouth curled into a mocking arc. You're too confident in the Situ clan's formation. Lady Situ sneered and said, If you have the ability, then come in. When the Red Blood Palace's army arrives, you won't even have the chance to escape." She was only using the Red Blood Palace's name to threaten them. She didn't expect them to retreat in the face of difficulties, but it was good to buy time. With the speed of the Inner Sanctum's strong men, once they received the news, they would surely send their troops here within a day. Hee. Are you still hoping that Ghost Shadow-san will help you spread the news? To Lady Sidhu's surprise, the sinister, purple-clothed youth mocked her indifferently. Lady Sidhu's face changed slightly, and she said in surprise, "Wait, how do you know that the person who escaped is called Ghost Shadow-san?" Right at that moment, a sneer suddenly came from below them. "Hee. What do you think, my Lady Sidhu?" As soon as the words were spoken, a cold wind was set off, and an extremely terrifying speed was comparable to the speed of sound was raised. Lady Sidhu had just heard the voice when a black remnant line approached her from behind. The person had appeared from within the Sidhu family's formation, and she had been completely focused on Lady Sidhu, who was above her, so she wasn't prepared at all. By the time she reacted, her back had suffered a heavy blow. The excruciating pain spread to her internal organs. Lady Sidhu was severely injured, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her body was also sent flying, but it wasn't over yet. The moment she was sent flying, the remnant shadow grabbed a fiery, red, dragon-shaped jade seal from her sleeve. It was the magical artifact that controlled the Sidhu family's Great Flame formation. As long as the dragon-shaped jade seal was inserted into the eye of the formation would automatically shut down, and the flames would automatically dissipate. Oh no! Lady Sidhu's face changed drastically, and she struck a palm behind her as she was sent flying. The palm contained the power of a 4th grade Almighty, and it bombarded the air behind her with a loud explosion. However, the strike missed. A black remnant shadow dodged the palm nimbly and cleverly, then appeared 1,000 feet away from Lady Sidhu. He held the dragon-shaped jade seal in his hand and stared at Lady Sidhu mockingly. Lady Sidhu looked over, and her beautiful eyes shrank. "It's you, Ghost Shadow-san." He had been sent to rush out of the encirclement to deliver the news, but he had snuck back without anyone noticing, and seized the opportunity to attack her, taking away the dragon-shaped jade seal that controlled the formation. Without a doubt, Ghost Shadow-san had betrayed her. "Haha, Lady Sidhu, don't tell me you think that I led the demonic beast army to besiege the Sidhu family without any preparation." The evil, purple-clothed youth laughed evilly. Lady Sidhu's heart sank, and she stared at Ghost Shadow-san. "Why did you do this? Although you're a guard of the Sidhu family, the Sidhu family has never treated you badly over the years. Not only did they provide you with elixirs, but they also helped you find the best flying techniques. That's why you're where you are today." She had never expected that the strong man that the Sidhu family had cultivated for decades would betray her overnight. "Haha, lady, the Sidhu family has indeed treated me well, but unfortunately my life is more important. The Sidhu family is about to be annihilated, so why should I sacrifice my life for you?" Ghost Shadow-san said calmly, "You wouldn't expect me, an outsider, to use my life to protect the blood of the Sidhu family, would you? You're twisting words and forcing logic. If the formation is still here, the ferocious birds outside can't enter at all. How can you say that the family will be annihilated? You're not protecting yourself. You're obviously trying to annihilate the Sidhu royal family." Lady Sidhu said sternly. Ghost Shadow-san sighed and shook his head. He looked at all the people of the Sidhu family with pity. "You don't even know who wants to annihilate you. This demonic beast army is just the tip of the iceberg." In the sky, the evil, purple-clothed youth shouted coldly, "Why are you still talking nonsense with them? Close the formation immediately." Ghost Shadow-san nodded, turned into a residual shadow, and flew toward the center of the formation. There, among the flames that filled the sky, there was a palm-sized notch that could fit the dragon-shaped jade seal. It was where the eye of the formation was. Once the jade seal was stuffed in, the formation would close automatically. The flood of ferocious birds would no longer be obstructed, and they would come whistling down. No one in the Sidhu family would be spared, and it would become a feast for the ferocious birds. Lady Sidhu's pupils shrank to the extreme. Quick! Stop him! The moment of life and death for the Sidhu family had arrived. She chased after him with all her might, but she was only a 4th grade Almighty, so her movement technique was not good. Moreover, she was also seriously injured. The distance between them increased rapidly, and there was no time to stop him. The people of the Sidhu family were far inferior to Ghost Shadow San in terms of their movement technique. Hundreds of people chased after him, but they could only watch helplessly as Ghost Shadow San approached the eye of the formation with the dragon-shaped jade seal in his hand. At this moment, everyone felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar, and a great catastrophe was about to befall them. Ghost Shadow San's betrayal had led to the annihilation of the Sidhu family. I'm sorry, Sidhu family. Ghost Shadow San looked back at the people of the Sidhu family who had been left far behind. Don't blame me, I had no choice. However, at this moment, Ghost Shadow San's warning signs sounded, as if some kind of crisis was about to befall him. He looked up abruptly and felt a terrible heat coming toward him. Then a fiery red light flickered, and a pair of flaming wings appeared 10 feet in front of him. Before he could realize what was going on, he felt a cold sensation in his chest, accompanied by a stabbing pain. A small golden sword silently pierced through his heart and flew back to the palm of the person in front of him with fresh blood. Feeling his life fading away, Ghost Shadow San looked at his bleeding chest in disbelief and mumbled, "Who is it?" The Sidhu family had hidden a strong man whose movement technique was not inferior to his own. He had been so confident, but his efforts had been in vain. Before he closed his eyes, an old face was reflected in Ghost Shadow San's eyes. It was none other than the outer sanctum student of the Red Blood Palace. The doubts in his heart grew deeper. How could a 6th grade fairy catch up to him? However, he could only die with a grievance. His body went limp and he fell. Was he forced to destroy his benefactor's family? People always find excuses for themselves, Suyu said calmly, reaching out and retrieving the dragon-shaped jade seal in his palm. Then, Suyu's fiery red wings flew over Ghost Shadow San's corpse. A miserable scream was heard, and the divine master soul, which could not leave his body in time, was also destroyed. The scene stunned the people of the Sidhu family, who were so angry that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and they were immediately overjoyed. They had thought it was all over, but Suyu had managed to snatch back the jade seal at the last moment. However, before they could rejoice, the evil, purple-clothed youth in the sky had a gloomy look on his face. One of the 5 4th grade almighty ferocious birds that were circling him let out a piercing shriek. It flew through the great formation of flames and headed straight for Suyu, trying to snatch back the jade seal. Don't even think about it. Lady Sidhu came to her senses and rushed over with the rest of the Sidhu family. Bai Shanliang's face turned pale, and he hurried over immediately. He spat out blood as he flew. Who dares to bully my junior brother? I will spit blood all over his face. Wah! He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, which turned into a large bloody mist and sprayed toward the 5 almighty ferocious birds that were attacking him. The ferocious bird's eyes were filled with human-like mockery. It ignored the bloody mist and clawed at Bai Shanliang, who was standing in front of it. However, the ferocious bird had just passed through the bloody mist when it suddenly let out a miserable shriek. Its whole body was emitting a crackling sound, and its whole body was rotting continuously, from its feathers to its skin. Then to its body, it was melting at an extremely fast speed. When it flew in front of Bai Shanliang, it was badly mutilated, and only a bloody skeleton was left. Chapter 920. Everyone felt their blood run cold. Even someone as strong as a 4th grade almighty had been melted into nothingness by Bai Shanliang's mouthful of blood mist. Lady Sidhu's eyelids twitched and she gasped. What a terrifying poison! Everyone's hair stood on end. Bai Shanliang had always been called the poison of the West and the heretic of the East, but few people knew that his poison was so terrifying. Su Yu shuddered, as this was the first time he had seen Bai Shanliang use deadly poison. Even a fourth-grade almighty had been killed by the poison and turned into a pool of blood. How much deadly poison was hidden in his body? He could probably kill a large number of early-stage divine master experts with just a casual spit of his saliva. Cough, cough. I've already told you to be careful that I'm going to vomit blood. Why didn't you listen? Sigh. Bai Shanliang's face became even paler, as if he was about to faint. However, judging from his teasing tone, he was still very lively. In the sky, the purple-clothed youth frowned. The people of the Sidhu family had already rushed over to protect Su Yu. They had failed to snatch the dragon-shaped jade seal. Lady Sidhu retrieved the dragon-shaped jade seal from Su Yu's hands and bowed solemnly. Mr. Su, I'm very grateful to you on behalf of the Sidhu family. Su Yu waved his hand. Now is not the time to talk about this. Keep the imperial jade seal well, just in case they try to play dirty again. After a series of twists and turns, the crisis was averted. However, the purple-robed young man in the sky did not stop there. He did not leave either. Instead, he stood on the ferocious bird, as if he was waiting for something. For the time being, both sides were safe and sound. However, everyone could sense that an even greater storm was about to descend. Who is he waiting for? Lady Sidhu had a bad premonition. Su Yu nodded. All right, Madam has already made arrangements. After that, Su Yu, Bai Shanliang, and Gong Sun Wuxie returned to the mansion and took turns to rest. While he was resting, Su Yu took out the 6 demons' incredible elixir. This pill could be said to be the #1 devil, Dao profound pill. The demonic energy contained within was astonishing and not to be underestimated. What Su Yu lacked was demonic energy. Su Yu informed them of his intention to undergo a short period of isolated training, and the Sidhu family provided him with a top-notch secret chamber. Since the great battle was imminent, Su Yu immediately went into seclusion and started to cultivate the 9 dragons' devil-subduing art. The elixir's potency was too great, and it was not something that Su Yu could digest. Hence, he could only use a method that would infuriate both men and gods. Pa! The 6 demons' incredible elixir, which many of the demonic cultivators yearned for, was shattered by Su Yu with a single slap. Then he used his jinqi to divide the powder into 10 equal parts. Su Yu took out a portion of the powder, placed it between his palms, and started absorbing the demonic energy within it. Before long, a strand of demonic energy was extracted from the powder like a strand of hair, and it slowly entered Su Yu's palm. Then it entered Su Yu's internal energy channel and flowed toward his chest. After an hour, when the black powder on Su Yu's palm had turned pale white, Su Yu stopped. The devil chi in the powder was completely extracted, and it was equivalent to 1/10 of the devil's hair of the past. What confused Su Yu was that, compared to the demonic energy in the devil's hair, the demonic energy in the 6 demons' incredible core was far less pure. Thus, although the quantity was 1/10 of the devil's hair, the quality was only 1/20. Su Yu took out another portion and continued to extract demonic energy. 2, 3, for the outside world could erupt at any moment, but Su Yu was training patiently. Finally, after 10 hours, which was half a day, Su Yu opened his eyes from his training. He heard 4 loud and clear dragon roars coming from his chest. The first 3 roars were extremely loud, while the last one was slightly weaker. I can't believe that the demonic energy, which is equivalent to half of the devil's hair of the devil, can only condense half of a demonic dragon. Su Yu's face was slightly pale and he looked haggard. The further he went, the more difficult it became to condense the demonic dragon. Although the purity of the demonic energy in the 6 demons' incredible core was not as good as the devil's hair of the devil, its quantity was greater, and the two offset each other. It should be equivalent to the effect of half of the devil's hair of the devil. However, it was not even able to condense a demonic dragon completely. Should I use the token of the severed fairy cliff to look for demonic energy treasures? Su Yu muttered to himself. Knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. The person who opened the stone door was Gongsun Wuxia. She had her arms crossed in front of her chest, and her mouth twitched. She then stuffed a small round wheel that looked like a water wheel into Su Yu's hands. This is the glaze vehicle. After you inject vital energy into it, it can burst forth with the speed of a 6th grade almighty. If you encounter danger, you can use it to escape. This is a one-time consumable, and it can only be used once. Moreover, it will consume half of your vital energy, so you must use it carefully. Su Yu held the glaze vehicle in his hands, but his eyes were fixed on Gongsun Wuxia in surprise. He was a little unsure of what she was thinking. One moment, she was cold and disgusted with him, and the next moment, she was giving him a life-saving treasure. Don't overthink it. I already have someone I like, so I won't fall for you. Gongsun Wuxia seemed to be afraid that Su Yu would misunderstand, so she quickly said, This is to repay you for saving my life. I don't want to owe you a favor, humph. After she finished speaking, she flicked the 2 black whips and turned to leave. Su Yu had saved her and Bing Wuxin from the hands of Mo Yang and Ling, and this little girl had always remembered it. Su Yu glanced at Gongsun Wuxia with a smile, then kept the glaze vehicle and left the secret chamber to meet up with the people of the Situ family in the sky. Madam, what's the situation? Have they done anything unusual? Su Yu asked. Lady Situ frowned. No, I don't know who he's waiting for, but I have a very bad feeling about it. Su Yu stared at the evil, purple-clothed youth and couldn't help but ponder. Could it really be as Ghost Shadowson had said? The flood of ferocious birds before them was just the tip of the iceberg, and he was waiting for reinforcements? Screech! Just as he was pondering, a sharp screech suddenly came from the horizon. A huge black eagle was holding a black talisman in its beak, and the pattern of a hammer was depicted on it. The evil, purple-clothed youth opened his eyes, which were filled with joy. When he looked down at the Situ family, his eyes were filled with pity. He raised his hand, and the talisman of the black hammer flew from the black eagle's beak into the palm of the evil, purple-clothed youth. The formation-breaking hammer. It's the formation-breaking hammer of the Red Blood Palace's inner sanctum, Elder Jing. Why is it here? Bai Shanliang asked in a serious voice. Gongsun Wuxia also said, TSK, this is really strange. How did the talisman drawn by Elder Jing's formation-breaking hammer fall into his hands? Lady Situ stared at the black talisman, and her whole body trembled. You mean the formation-breaking hammer that can break all formations? Isn't that Elder Jing's original life treasure? Why is the talisman related to it in their hands? A thought flashed through everyone's mind. Had Elder Jing of the Red Blood Palace betrayed them? Haha, it seems like all of you know about the formation-breaking hammer. I don't need to say more. You should know what will happen to you, right? Your formations can't withstand a blow from this talisman. The evil, purple-clothed youth sneered. Lady Situ's face turned pale again. The ominous premonition deep in her heart had become reality. The formation would eventually be broken, and the Red Blood Palace didn't know what was happening here. Did the heavens want the Situ family to perish? Now, do you have anything else to say? The evil, purple-clothed youth fiddled with the talisman as he stared down at them, a murderous look on his face. The people of the Situ family clenched their fists, but they didn't dare to speak. The whole place was silent and filled with despair. Everyone get ready for battle. Lady Situ took a deep breath, and a cold light shot out from the depths of her eyes. In the end, even if it was like hitting a rock with an egg, they still had to fight, although it was a fight to the death. Haha, since you have nothing else to say, it's my turn now. The evil, purple-clothed youth's gaze pierced through the formation and fell on Lady Situ's alluring figure. The survival of the Situ family depends on a single thought of mine. If I want your family to perish, none of you can escape. However, an old friend told me that if Lady Situ is willing to agree to one thing, we can let the Situ family go. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and they all looked at Lady Situ. They had mobilized so many people just to force the Situ family to agree to a certain condition. Lady Situ's beautiful eyes froze. What condition? If you take this 7 emotions forgotten worries elixir, then the people of the Situ family will pledge allegiance to us, and we will spare your lives. The evil, purple-clothed youth took out a pink elixir. Hearing this, everyone frowned. Lady Situ's delicate body trembled, and she scolded angrily and shyly, "Ridiculous! I'm a married woman. How? How can I take this kind of filthy thing?" The 7 emotions forgotten worries elixir was a very famous elixir, and it was mostly used by evil martial artists who cultivated the yin-yang evil technique. As long as a drop of blood essence was dripped on the elixir and given to a woman, the elixir's power would penetrate deep into the woman's soul and make her obey the owner of the blood essence from the depths of her soul. Even if it was an enemy who had a blood feud, once a woman took the elixir, she would become crazily infatuated with the owner of the blood essence. No matter what the owner of the blood essence asked of her, even if she was asked to die, she would be willing and not hesitate. Evil martial artists usually use the 7 emotions forgotten worries elixir to control beautiful and outstanding women and take their primordial yin at will. In this way, they would bind them and turn them into their forbidden objects to vent their evil desires. It could be said that the 7 emotions forgotten worries elixir was synonymous with evil. Women who were forced to take the 7 emotions forgotten worries elixir would become slaves to the owner of the blood essence. Lady Situ's husband had been dead for dozens of years, and she was as pure as ice and clean as jade. However, she was forced to take such a shameful elixir. How could she not be ashamed and angry? Speaking of which, although Lady Situ was over 40 years old, she was extremely beautiful, not inferior to a woman in her 30s. Her figure was voluptuous, and her figure was graceful. Her breasts were round and impressive, and her waist was slender. Her jade-like legs were slender and round, and their contours were faintly discernible under her emerald dress. Her appearance was still breathtaking, which had not been completely obliterated by the passage of time. Her eyebrows were exquisite, and her facial features were beautiful. Coupled with her graceful figure, she was exceptionally beautiful. It was said that she was a famous beauty in the blessed and heavenly lands before the new year, and she had many suitors. Even now, her beauty was still there, and there were many people who wanted to lay their hands on her. Su Yu was slightly surprised, and he looked sideways at Lady Situ. He had to admit that Lady Situ was still a great beauty who could move anyone's heart. In the past, he had also been stunned by her beauty. Humph, Lady Situ, do you still have a choice? Either you take this 7 emotions forgotten worries elixir and become my old friend's plaything in bed, or I'll make the Situ family bleed because of your rejection. He did not hide the evil intentions of his old friend at all. He only wanted Lady Situ to become his plaything to vent his lust. Chapter 9:21. Shameless. Lady Situ trembled with anger. The people of the Situ family were also shocked and angry. Lady Situ had always been the matriarch of the Situ family, but she had been threatened by a villain to become a plaything. The crowd was furious. The evil, purple-clothed youth held the talisman in his hand and said calmly, "Haha, although I have failed my old friend's trust. If you want to die, I can help you." Then the evil, purple-clothed youth stretched out the talisman in his palm and was about to throw it down. "Wait!" Lady Situ shouted. Her beautiful eyes flashed with struggle. After hesitating for a long time, She clenched her teeth and stared at the evil, purple-clothed youth. "Can you tell me who your old friend is?" Over the years, many people had coveted her. "You want to know?" "Swallow the 7 emotions, forgotten worries. Pill first." The evil, purple-clothed youth threw the pill down. Lady Situ gritted her teeth and caught the pill. At this time, the people of the Situ family rushed over and shouted, trying to stop her. But she had already made up her mind. "I hope you keep your word." With humiliation in her eyes, Lady Situ opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. No one could stop her. Clap, clap. The evil, purple-clothed youth clapped his hands and laughed. "Lady Situ, you're so brave to sacrifice yourself for your people. I'm really touched. But now I've changed my mind. It's a pity that a beauty like you should die, but it's useless to keep the people of the Situ family alive. Let's just use them to fill the stomachs of my babies." Hearing this, Lady Situ was furious. She knew that even if she gave in, he might not keep his promise and let all of them go. But she also knew that she had no other choice. If she didn't give in, everyone would die. If she gave in, there was still a glimmer of hope. In the end, he didn't keep his promise. "Haha, when my old friend is tired of playing with you, I also want to have a taste of Wu Shui, one of the top 10 beauties of the blessed and heavenly lands." Wu Shui was Lady Situ's original name before she got married. Lady Situ's eyes were cold, and she gritted her teeth so hard that it seemed like she was going to break them. "I'd rather die than have my way." Lady Situ hit her own abdomen with her palm. She wanted to take advantage of the fact that the elixir's efficacy had yet to be digested to shatter the elixir to prevent herself from being controlled. However, when the 7 emotions forgotten worries pill was swallowed, its medicinal power had already begun to take effect. Her palm stopped an inch away from her abdomen, unable to strike any further. She was clearly controlling her palm with her consciousness, but her palm did not stop, as if it was being controlled by someone else. The look in her eyes gradually softened, and her consciousness dimmed. This was a sign that she was about to be controlled. In just a few breaths, she would be completely controlled by the drug and become the slave of the owner of the 7 passions forgotten worries pill. At that time, she would not hesitate to destroy the Situ clan. The evil, purple-clothed youth sneered without saying a word, quietly watching the medicinal effect take effect. After controlling the most powerful woman, it would be a feast of slaughter. "Pa!" However, just as Lady Situ was about to fall, a palm touched her from behind. Her gradually lost consciousness quickly recovered, and the surging medicinal power in her body receded like the tide. After 3 breaths, the medicinal power in her body, along with the 7 emotions forgotten worries pill, disappeared into thin air. When Lady Situ turned around, an old face was right in front of her. "Lady Situ, why don't you fight for the fate of your people against the kindness of the enemy?" In the sky, the evil purple-clothed youth's pupils shrank. He was shocked. "How did you do it?" "The more you suppress the medicinal power of the 7 emotions forgotten worries pill, the more it will explode." "Who are you?" He had taken back the dragon-shaped jade seal from Ghost Shadow-san, and he had saved Lady Situ. Both of his plans, which he had been confident in, had changed because of this person. He had to re-examine Suyu. The more he looked at Suyu, the more familiar he felt. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before. Suddenly he remembered. "It's you! That day at the Silver Lake, it was you who reminded the heir of the Shangguan family so that he could escape?" At that time he had set up an ambush at a flying demonic beast station, but had been alerted by this person, so Shangguan Yunk had escaped with the 9 heavens' great wave's wings. Suyu looked up at him. In fact, he had recognized this person from the very beginning. It was the beast tamer from that day. "Old thing, you've ruined my plans again and again. I'll kill you first." The evil, purple-clothed youth snorted coldly as he threw the talisman in his palm. However, a red light flashed in Suyu's left eye. Before the talisman could explode, it was enveloped by the power of space. The next moment, the space in Su Yu's palm fluctuated, and the talisman appeared in his hand. With a swipe of his palm, the vital energy in it was erased, and the talisman, which was on the verge of exploding, returned to normal. Everyone was taken aback by this move. The low-level students were just surprised, not knowing how Su Yu had done it. However, only those who had experienced it knew how terrifying it was. Space transportation. Lady Situ, by Shan Liang, Gong Sun Wuxia, and the others all felt their hearts skip a beat as they stared at Su Yu. They couldn't hide the shock on their faces. All creation's old monsters were proficient in space, but they could only teleport themselves. However, Su Yu had reached the stage of teleporting other objects. What kind of space talent was this? Bai Shanliang and Gong Sun Wuxia were especially shocked. They had thought that they had figured out Su Yu's hidden trump card, but now they realized that what they knew was only the tip of the iceberg. The evil, purple-clothed youth turned pale with fright, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Ancient spiritual body and an innate space body. To master space magic before reaching the level of all creations, only the legendary spiritual bodies who had inherited the bloodline of the ancient era and were born with special talents could do so. As for the space body, it was a unique and powerful spiritual body. Su Yu's face was calm. He had already decided to leave the Red Blood Palace, so he wasn't afraid of exposing some of his magical powers. As for the ancient spiritual body that was misunderstood as an innate space body, it was beyond Su Yu's expectations. After a long moment of silence, Lady Situ came to her senses. She looked at Su Yu, and her heart was in turmoil. An ancient spiritual body, and one with space talent at that, could be considered a spiritual body among spiritual bodies. Would such a person rely on the power of the Situ family because he lacked the opportunity to be recommended into the Red Blood Palace? Despite everyone's doubts, it was undeniable that Su Yu had once again saved the Situ family at a critical juncture. After staring at the talisman for a moment, Su Yu tossed it into his sleeve and looked up into the depths of the sky. He asked calmly, "Do you have any more tricks up your sleeves?" The evil, purple-clothed youth stared at Su Yu with a grave look on his face. In the Jiuzhou continent, any ancient spiritual body would be nurtured like a precious treasure by the great influences. Su Yu's space spiritual body was even more important, as he must have been chosen by some influence. Now that he had offended him completely, if he was allowed to live, there would be endless troubles in the future. Humph! Do you think I can't do anything to you just because I can't break the formation? I've said it before. You're the first one I'm going to kill. The evil, purple-clothed youth had made up his mind to kill Su Yu. He soared into the sky, and the 5th-grade ferocious bird beneath him shrieked. Then he led the remaining 4 4th-grade almighty ferocious birds and swooped down. 5 massive waves of pressure descended from the sky, and the sharp shrieks made everyone's blood boil. Some of the Situ family members with lower cultivation levels had their hearts shattered on the spot. Many of them spat out blood and suffered internal injuries. Only the martial artists who were 5th-grade fairies and above were unscathed. Those who weren't strong enough were arranged to hide in advance, so there weren't many casualties. Lady Situ's eyes shone brightly, and she bellowed in a deep voice, "My people, Su Yu has created many opportunities for us to survive. We must protect him with our lives." As soon as she finished speaking, Lady Situ took the lead and went up to fight the strongest 5th-grade almighty alone with several almighty experts of the Situ family. However, the gap between a 4th-grade almighty and a 5th-grade almighty was like a chasm. The 5th-grade almighty ferocious bird's emerald green eyes were filled with human-like mockery. It flapped its wings abruptly, and a row of black feathers shot toward them with a terrifying aura. Bang! Bang! Lady Situ and the others immediately joined forces to defend themselves. However, the vital energy defense that they had condensed was like paper, and it was sliced apart by the black feathers. One of the third-grade Almighty Elders of the Sidhu family had his chest pierced through, and he was almost killed by the attack on his vital organs. The other Almighty hurriedly retreated. Lady Sidhu's face was flushed, and her internal injuries were acting up, causing blood to flow from the corners of her mouth. They had been sent flying by the fifth-grade Almighty Ferocious Bird in an instant, and it was charging towards Suyu without any resistance. "Suyu, be careful!" Lady Sidhu bellowed, gathering her vital energy and giving chase. However, she was seriously injured, so she couldn't stop the ferocious fifth-grade Almighty Ferocious Bird. Seeing that Suyu was about to die at the hands of the ferocious bird, the ferocious bird's eyes suddenly froze, and it retracted its claws that were reaching for Suyu. At the same time, it spread its wings and changed its direction, soaring into the sky. Just as it was about to fly away, a black shadow appeared in front of Suyu like a ghost, and a whip lashed at the spot where the ferocious bird had been a moment ago. With a horrible shriek, the ferocious bird's tail was whipped and black feathers fell off, as well as streaks of black blood. If it hadn't been for its unusually sensitive senses, which allowed it to detect the danger and give up on attacking Suyu in time, its head would have been blown off by the whip and it would have died. Fifth grade Almighty. Lady Sidhu and the evil purple-clothed youth were both shocked. "Su, you actually had a fifth-grade Almighty expert as his bodyguard. Trying to escape?" Su Yu snorted coldly as he stared at the injured fifth-grade Almighty Ferocious Bird, which was about to flee. Hu Wangui immediately turned into a remnant shadow, chasing after it, waving the bone whip and lashing it crazily. When Lady Sidhu and the others saw what was happening, they immediately joined in the encirclement. "The few of you protect Suyu. Don't let the remaining fourth-grade Almighty Ferocious Birds harm him. The rest of you, follow me and kill the injured ferocious bird." Not only the Sidhu family, but even by Shanliang and Gongsun Wuxia also rushed towards Suyu. "Senior brother Shanliang Wuxia, you two go and encircle that ferocious bird. It's only slightly injured, and Lady Sidhu has Huangui's cooperation, so it'll be difficult for her to stop it. You two should lend her a hand. As for these 4 fourth-grade Almighty Ferocious Birds, leave them to me," Suyu said. Bai Shanliang didn't hesitate for long. He nodded and looked at the ferocious bird that was fleeing outside the formation with a smile. "Ahem, be good, don't run, or I'll spit blood all over your face. Wah." Chapter 922. The sight of him turning a fourth-grade Almighty Ferocious Bird into a pool of blood with a mouthful of blood was still fresh in the memory of the fifth-grade Almighty Ferocious Bird. It shrieked and sped up to escape. However, Huangui's whip technique was very tricky. It kept dodging and greatly reduced its agility. Soon, Huangui, Lady Sidhu, Bai Shanliang, and Gongsun Wuxia caught up with it. The fifth-grade Almighty Ferocious Bird was immediately surrounded and engaged in a fierce battle. On Su Yu's side, the 4 fourth-grade Almighty Ferocious Birds attacked him from 4 directions, intending to tear him into pieces on the spot. Su Yu was calm and composed. He took a light breath and weaved signs in front of his chest with both hands, making a very mysterious gesture. Shortly after, 4 dragon roars sounded in succession, sounding like rolling thunder. The dragon roars contained a shocking spiritual pressure. Not only the people of the Sidhu family, but also the ferocious birds trembled. The massive torrent of ferocious birds outside the formation showed signs of panic. They retreated one after another, trying to escape. If not for the evil, purple-clothed youth's control, they would have escaped long ago. What's that? Why do I hear a dragon roaring inside Su Yu's body? In the midst of shock and confusion, the demonic energy in Su Yu's chest rumbled. A ferocious dragon head seemed to be drilling out of Su Yu's body, turning into a black residual shadow. Shortly after, a second, a third, and a fourth appeared. 4 black, demonic dragons flew above Su Yu's head. They were huge, ferocious, and frightening, emitting a violent aura. The 4 flying ferocious birds shuddered involuntarily, shrieking as they turned and flew away. However, the 4 demonic dragons immediately gave chase. The nearest ferocious bird had not flown far before its body was penetrated by the 4 demonic dragons at the same time, turning into a pile of ashes. Shortly after, the 2nd ferocious bird was struck. Soon after, the 3rd ferocious bird was struck. All of them turned into ashes and drifted away. The 4th ferocious bird was lucky enough to escape, but it was too frightened to be controlled by the evil, purple-clothed youth. It soared into the sky and fled far away. Everyone was stunned by the scene. A 6th-grade fairy had killed 3 4th-grade almighty ferocious birds with his own hands. Although the ferocious birds had a single attack method, which made their actual combat power incomparable to humans of the same level, they were still much stronger than 3rd-grade almighty humans. What demonic technique is that? How could he be so overbearing? The elders of the Situ family shuddered in fear. Just a moment ago, he had thought that Suyu was just lucky, and that it was only because of his talent and bodyguards that he could have such power. It was only now that he realized that he was also an existence that could easily kill a 4th-grade almighty. Bai Shanliang's eyes flashed and he looked surprised. What kind of demonic technique is that? Why does it sound like the description of the 9 dragons' devil subduing art? But isn't it impossible to successfully refine this book? Gong Sun Wuxia stared at Suyu, feeling more and more perplexed. She realized that she couldn't see through this man, who she detested several times. He was too mysterious, and it seemed like he had more tricks up his sleeves than she did. This made Gong Sun Wuxia feel a sense of familiarity. She had felt this mysterious feeling from another person before. The ruthless demonic cultivator, the mysterious youth who killed Xue Di. But soon, Gong Sun Wuxia shook her head and said, "Silly, how can this old pervert be mentioned in the same breath as him?" After Su Yu had killed the 4 4th-grade almighty, his eyes flashed, and he shot toward the 5th-grade almighty ferocious bird that was entangled. With Hu Wangui as the main force and Lady Situ, by Shanliang and Gong Sun Wuxia's support, it was severely injured. But it was still as ferocious as ever, and it forcefully sent them flying, spiraling toward the outside of the formation in an attempt to escape. The evil, purple-clothed youth, who had an unpleasant look on his face, mobilized the torrent of ferocious birds to hover outside the formation in an attempt to rescue it. In this way, no one dared to chase after it. Otherwise, they would surely be engulfed by the torrent of ferocious birds. However, right at that moment, the ferocious bird that was about to escape from the formation was engulfed in red light, and a massive space energy enveloped it. Then it was transported back, and it landed right in the middle of the encirclement of Lady Situ and the others. They were shocked at first, then overjoyed, and they attacked the ferocious bird with all their might before it could recover. Screech! With a mournful cry, the ferocious bird's skull was smashed by Huangui's whip. Then it suffered the attacks of Bai Shanliang's poisonous blood, Gong Sun Wuxia's 5th-grade almighty talisman, and Lady Situ's attack. Both its body and soul were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, a 5th-grade almighty and 3 4th-grade almighty were killed. The evil, purple-clothed youth who had witnessed everything was so furious that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He had paid a huge price to successfully tame these ferocious birds, and they were like his right-hand men. However, all of them had been killed, and even the strongest one hadn't managed to escape. "You, if I don't kill you, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart." The evil, purple-clothed youth was furious. Su Yu clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, "You should be worrying about yourself." When he finished speaking, Su Yu blinked his eyes, and a mysterious and profound concept swept out in all directions, with Su Yu as the center. Bai Shanliang, Gong Sun Wuxia, Lady Situ, and the others felt as if they were in a torrent, and their souls were trembling from the depths of their hearts. There was a defiance in that concept, one that defied heaven and earth and defied everything in the world. In the midst of this defiance, they only felt that they were insignificant, like ants looking up at a majestic figure that defied the heavens. While they were still immersed in the concept, an enormous eye gradually appeared in the sky. It was an enormous eye that spanned thousands of miles. It covered the sun and the moon, as well as the blue sky. It placed everything before its eyes, and it looked down on everything in silence. "The heavens have shown their divinity," someone exclaimed in shock. Bai Shanliang and Gong Sun Wuxia gasped. "The pure divine decree." They looked at Su Yu in unison, and their hearts, which had yet to calm down, were once again thrown into turmoil. He has actually embarked on the path of divine decree, and he has reached the pure realm. Gong Sun Wuxia stared at Su Yu, feeling that he was overlapping with the mysterious youth in her mind. Bai Shanliang said solemnly, "The divine decree has always been a dead end since ancient times. Those who embark on the path of divine decree will perish before they can reach the almighty level. However, the martial artists of the path of divine decree are more powerful than ordinary martial artists, especially in terms of comprehension. They are unsurpassable." Lady Situ had been shocked by Su Yu to the point of numbness, and the shock in her heart could not be any greater. "Destroy," Su Yu said calmly. The enormous eye above the heavens slowly closed. When it opened again, hundreds of ferocious birds below the second grade almighty level immediately melted like snowflakes. The dense torrent of ferocious birds could be seen to the naked eye. One by one, the ferocious birds disappeared without even having the chance to scream. They died and vanished from the world. Bai Shanliang recovered from the shock, licked his lips, and looked excited. "Hee, since junior brother has shown his trump card, can I still hold back?" Swish! Bai Shanliang took out a wooden puppet bird and tossed it into the air. The bird flew into the torrent of ferocious birds. A ferocious bird tore the bird apart with its claws. Dark yellow smoke gushed out from the torn body of the little bird. Wherever the smoke passed, all the ferocious birds, regardless of their cultivation, turned into yellow blood and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 ferocious birds had been destroyed. However, there was not just one bird in Bai Shanliang's sleeves, but hundreds and thousands of them. Gong Sun Wuxia did not want to be left behind. She threw out extremely powerful talismans as if they were free, and each one could wipe out a group of ferocious birds. In a few breaths, she had thrown out talismans worth millions of crystals, and she even winked at Su Yu from time to time. The people of the Sidhu family were dumbfounded as they witnessed the scene. This was not a torrent of ferocious birds slaughtering them. It was clearly the 3 demons of the Red Blood Palace slaughtering the ferocious birds. The evil, purple-clothed youth was overwhelmed with shock. Su Yu and the other 2 demons were each more terrifying than the last, especially Su Yu, whose heavenly eye was destroyed indiscriminately, causing great damage to the great army of ferocious birds that he had painstakingly cultivated for nearly 100 years. This couldn't go on. Although he was indignant, he couldn't sacrifice the birds for nothing. The evil, purple-clothed youth took out a purple flute and blew into it loudly. All the birds immediately circled around him and fled into the distance. Bai Shanliang and Gong Sun Wuxia were addicted to killing, and they immediately chased after the birds. Many people of the Sidhu family also chased after them excitedly. Su Yu had a bad feeling about this, and he hurriedly said, "Madam, ask your people to come back immediately. Don't fall into the enemy's trap." Within the formation, the enemy could do nothing to them for the time being, but once they left the formation, they would suffer heavy casualties if they were ambushed. As soon as he finished speaking, screams came from among the people of the Sidhu family who had rushed out. A large number of people of the Sidhu family were turned into flesh and blood, splattering everywhere. It was as if there was something extremely ferocious among them that was madly tearing their bodies apart, and it was heading straight in Su Yu's direction. Very soon, The people of the Sidhu family were killed, forming a river of blood. A man wearing a bamboo hat, bathed in a mist of blood, stepped out. After he appeared, he didn't give Bai Shanliang and Gong Sun Wuxia any chance to return to help, and he charged toward Suyu like a bolt of lightning. His murderous intentions were extremely awe-inspiring, and it was as if he had an irreconcilable hatred for Suyu. Feeling the murderous intentions of the other party, Suyu scowled. With a thought, Huan Gui waved the bone whip and lashed it at the other party. However, the man in the bamboo hat merely grabbed the bone whip casually. Then he whipped it, and Huan Gui flew toward him along with the whip. Poof! The man in the bamboo hat's figure pierced through Huan Gui without any hesitation. Huan Gui was split in half from the middle, and even his soul was annihilated in an instant. He was deader than dead. Suyu was shocked, and without saying a word, he took out a palm-sized ring at the same time. It was the glazed vehicle. With a thought, he imbued vital energy into it, and the glazed vehicle grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became 30 feet long, and the ring could accommodate 3 or 4 people. Suyu jumped into it, and the glazed vehicle started spinning immediately. Its speed was so fast that it couldn't even be compared to a 6th-grade ferry. In an instant, Suyu scuttled into the clouds and disappeared without a trace. The man in the bamboo hat missed his target, and he shot an angry glare at the clouds. However, he didn't chase after him. Instead, he stared coldly at Lady Situ, and an evil light flashed in his eyes. Then his figure flickered, and he tried to grab her. However, right at that moment, the escaping glazed vehicle descended from the sky and snatched Lady Situ away. The man in the bamboo hat was furious, and he tapped the tip of his toes to chase after it. However, the glazed vehicle's speed was extremely fast, and it disappeared without a trace in an instant. Millions of miles away, the glazed vehicle appeared in front of Bai Shanliang and Gong Sun Wuxia, and it pulled them into it. The glazed vehicle? What happened? Why did you activate this thing? Gong Sun Wuxia was shocked. The glazed vehicle was given to Suyu to save his life, and it was a one-time consumable item that could only be used once. Did something happen while they were chasing after the ferocious bird? You've been tricked. The enemy took advantage of your departure to attack the formation, Suyu said. Bai Shanliang's eyes shone. Someone who could attack the formation must be at least a 4th-grade almighty, right? And someone who could make you choose to escape must be at least a 5th-grade almighty. Suyu nodded, his face grave. Yes, the intruder is a 6th-grade almighty. He's been hiding in the dark, and he didn't want to show himself at first. But the evil purple-clothed youth was at his wit's end, so he finally struck. 6th-grade almighty? Lady Situ, Bai Shanliang, and Gong Sun Wuxia all felt as if a huge rock was weighing down on their hearts. They had just barely managed to kill the 5th-grade almighty ferocious bird with the combined strength of everyone, and a 6th-grade almighty strong man was equivalent to the combat power of 10 5th-grade almighty. If they encountered him, they wouldn't be a match for him at all. Their only option now was to escape. Because of the sudden appearance of the mysterious 6th-grade almighty, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Wait, my people. If we escape, they won't be spared. Lady Situ's face turned pale. Bai Shanliang said in a low voice, Madam, it's too late. A 6th-grade almighty isn't someone you and I can fight. If we go back now, we'll be walking right into a trap. Judging from the situation, he might be the old friend that the beast tamer mentioned. If you go back, you won't be able to save anyone. Instead, you'll become his... He didn't finish his sentence. What he was implying was that they couldn't save anyone now that things had come to this. Lady Situ's eyes were filled with sorrow. Her shoulders trembled, and she shook her head slowly. I appreciate your kindness, but my husband entrusted the family to me. It doesn't make sense for me to continue living after the family is destroyed. Her love for her late husband was like this all her life. Gongsun Wuxia sighed and took out another glaze wheel from her sleeve. I hope I can save one or two of your people. This is all I can help you with. Lady Situ was stunned, and her eyes were filled with gratitude. If I can't repay your kindness in this life, I'll repay it in my next life. As she spoke, she took the glaze wheel and was about to fly away with a light tap of her body. However, she didn't fly away. Instead, a palm pressed down on her shoulder. Is there any meaning in doing this? Apart from sacrificing yourself, who else can you save? The person who was pressing her down was Suyu. He pointed ahead at the evil, purple-clothed youth who was being chased by Shanliang and the others. At some point, he had returned with a torrent of ferocious birds and surrounded half of the place. It looked like he was going to form an encirclement, trap them, and wait for the 6th grade almighty strong man to strike. If they didn't leave now, they would die. As for Lady Situ, she didn't even have time to return to the Situ family, let alone save anyone. Lady Situ's whole body was trembling, and her eyes were misty. She clenched her fists so hard that they bled. The Situ family was going to be finished just like that. However, Suyu said, besides, there's another better way to save the Situ family. This way, the Situ family might not be harmed in the slightest. Chapter 9:23. Suyu's eyes flickered as he shot a look at the evil, purple-clothed youth, who was protected by layers of ferocious birds. Do you think that mysterious man cares more about the beast tamer's life or the Situ family's? Suyu asked calmly. The three of them immediately understood what Suyu meant. Capturing the evil, purple-clothed youth would make the mysterious 6th grade almighty hesitate. The Situ family could be destroyed afterward, but the beast tamer could not be resurrected if he died. If we could have subdued him, we would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? The light in Lady Situ's eyes flashed. It would be extremely difficult to kill tens of thousands of ferocious birds and capture the youth. The corners of Suyu's mouth curled up slightly. Not necessarily. After saying that, Suyu looked at the evil, purple-clothed youth from afar, gauging the distance between them and waiting quietly. 1,000 miles, 800 miles, 500 miles, 400 miles. When he was 300 miles away, a purple light flashed in Suyu's right eye. The time around him began to slow down. In his field of vision, Lady Situ and the others were like puppets, motionless, as if they had been frozen. The dark clouds 400 miles away were also moving at a snail's pace. The wings on Suyu's back spread out, and he shuttled through the still flood of ferocious birds to the front of the evil, purple-clothed youth. The expression on his face slowly changed to one of shock. Suyu smiled, grabbed his shoulder, and immediately retreated back to the glazed vehicle. Just then, the time acceleration ended. Suyu had entered the normal flow of time. Lady Situ and the other two only saw Suyu's figure flash, as if he had suddenly disappeared for a moment and then reappeared. However, when he reappeared, he was holding the evil, purple-clothed youth in his hand. The terrified expression on the youth's face had finally disappeared. The scene stunned the three of them, and they could not understand what had just happened. It did not seem like space teleportation, but some kind of mysterious technique. Ah! The youth screamed suddenly as Suyu's palm struck his chest, knocking him out. This person was a beast tamer, and as long as he was conscious, he could control the demonic beasts. That was the only way to ensure that he did not cause trouble. Lady Situ's eyes were filled with shock. Brother Shanliang, did you see what technique he just used? Gongsun Wuxia stared at Suyu, her bright eyes gradually narrowing as she fell into deep thought. Bai Shanliang shook his head slowly, his expression extremely solemn. I've never seen or heard of such a thing. Without the power of space, he was able to capture someone from hundreds of miles away. This kind of method was unimaginable. Whoosh! At that moment, the plaited bamboo hat man finally caught up with them. However, he stood 10,000 feet away and did not make a move. Instead, He stared at Suyu and the young man in his hands. Lady Situ was relieved to see that he was afraid of harming the innocent. Why don't we make a deal? Suyu lifted the beast tamer in his hand. Even though the eyes of the plaited bamboo hat man were covered by the bamboo hat, Suyu could feel that a pair of eyes filled with unforgettable hatred was locked onto him. After a long time, the man in the bamboo hat nodded slightly, still not saying anything. Suyu's eyes flickered. Who is this person who hates me so much? Ever since his trip to Tinya City, his enemies had increased dramatically, and he couldn't be sure who the person in front of him was. However, this did not hinder the transaction between them. It's quite simple. Let's exchange his life for ours. I believe that he won't reject it, Suyu said. The plaited bamboo hat man clenched his fists. After a long time, he nodded coldly and uttered, "Okay." This word was forced out through clenched teeth. The depth of his hatred sent chills down one's spine. Let the people of the Sidhu family evacuate first, Suyu said. After the deal was made, the group returned to the Sidhu family. Under Lady Situ's orders, the people of the Sidhu family only took some important resources with them and fled in all directions. In this way, even if they were hunted down afterward, they would not be exterminated. Madam, you should go too, Suyu said. She was looking at the people who were gradually disappearing into the distance. After a long time, she retracted her gaze. The worry on her face was no longer there, replaced by relief and relief. She looked back at Suyu and smiled. You saved the Sidhu family, and I immediately abandoned you. Do you want me to bear the infamy? Suyu smiled. That's fine. The plaited bamboo hat man's target is you. If you travel alone, it will be dangerous. Come with us. After pulling Lady Situ onto the glazed vehicle, Suyu looked at the plaited bamboo hat man. We will release the beast tamer after we leave for an hour. You must not follow us. What if you regret it? The plaited bamboo hat man asked coldly. Creak. Suyu unfolded an ancient book of heart oaths and swore on the spot. I will release him in an hour. Then he tossed the ancient book of heart oaths over. The plaited bamboo hat man caught it, his eyes never leaving Suyu. The agreement was made, and everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If they were to confront this sixth-grade almighty head-on, they would have no chance of winning. Even someone as strong as Huan Gui had ended up with his body and soul destroyed, let alone them. However, just as they were about to get through the crisis safely, Suyu suddenly felt a sense of danger. Without hesitation, he activated the glazed vehicle to shift position. Buzz! At the moment when the glazed vehicle shifted position, a beam of purple moonlight swept across the place. The moonlight swept across the ground, carving out a mile-thick, charred dent. If Suyu's reaction had been any slower, they would have been annihilated. Swish! At the same time, a middle-aged man in a long robe rushed over on a fourth-grade almighty flying beast. That flying beast was the one that had escaped before. It had been subdued by the middle-aged man and had flown back. The man had a pair of sharp eyes, and there was a very prominent feature between his brows. It was a purple moon that was branded between his brows. The purple moon demonic man. By Shan Liang, Gongsun Wuxia, and Lady Situ were all shocked. They had all recognized this person. Suyu recognized him as well. His pupils contracted, and he quietly operated his vital energy to conceal his face. Lady Situ's eyes turned grave as she asked, when did the soul-seizing palace collude with unknown influences? The soul-seizing palace was located at the border of the blessed and heavenly lands, and they had been suspected of having ulterior motives more than once. However, there had never been any solid evidence. In other words, those who had solid evidence were no longer in this world. For example, they would all be silenced now. The purple moon demonic man had shown his real body, so he would not spare their lives. Aren't you suppressing Cabinet Master Kong-chan? What are you doing here? The plaited bamboo hat man bellowed. The corners of the purple moon, demonic man's mouth curled up. Haha, you've made a mess of such a great situation. To avoid the saint's wrath, I naturally have to clean up the mess. How? Kill Meng Tian as well? The plated bamboo hat man asked coldly. If he had succeeded, Meng Tian would have been killed. The purple moon demonic man said, Haha, of course. When he finished speaking, he took the book of the heart's oaths that Su Yu had made, rubbed it with both hands, and turned it into ashes. A pair of sharp eyes stared at Su Yu and the others, glancing over them one by one. I heard that Su Yuxian is here. Who is he? He had actually come to find Su Yuxian. Lady Situ, Bai Shanliang, and Gong Sun Wuxia all looked solemn, but they had a tacit understanding not to look at Su Yu, so as not to expose him. You don't want to say? Let me guess. Excluding the two women, only the two of you are left. You, if I remember correctly, should be the Western poison by Shanliang, right? The purple moon demonic man said. He then glanced at Su Yu. So, you're Su Yuxian. Su Yuxian stared at him, neither too fast nor too slow. Yes, so what? That's good. A lord wants to see your head, so I might need to borrow it. The purple moon demonic man's sharp eyes emitted a cold light. Lord? Which lord? The purple moon demonic man did not give Su Yu a chance to speak. The purple moon between his brows shone brightly, shooting a beam of purple moonlight straight at Su Yu. The man in the bamboo hat exclaimed, Meng Tian is still in his hands. Humph, this kind of useless trash is not needed by the Lord, and the saint even less. The purple moon demonic man snorted coldly. The man in the bamboo hat was speechless, and he gradually stopped trying to stop Su Yu. The hatred in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. He glanced at Meng Tian and gritted his teeth. Fine, if I can kill Su Yuxian, Meng Tian's sacrifice doesn't matter. Su Yuxian, your time has come. The man in the bamboo hat emitted an overwhelming murderous intent, as if he had an irreconcilable feud with Su Yu. They were already powerless to deal with the man in the bamboo hat, let alone the purple moon demonic man. Swoosh! Su Yu activated the glaze vehicle and fled in an instant. The man in the bamboo hat and the purple moon demonic man were in hot pursuit. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed 1,000,000 miles. Su Yu said in a serious voice, Wuxia, take them away with the glaze vehicle. Their target has become me. From their tone, they all had the intention to kill Su Yu. In this way, it would be more dangerous for the three of them to follow Su Yu. Moreover, Su Yu would only be able to display his skills if they all left. It was better to hold back some of his trump cards. Lady Situ's face fell, and she bit her red lips. I'll stay and help you hold them off for a while. You don't have to sacrifice yourself for nothing. You can't hold them off for long, Su Yu said. Moreover, the glaze vehicle is a one-time consumable. The more people it carries, the greater the loss. If I escape alone, I might have a higher chance of escaping. Gong Sun Wuxia looked at Su Yu in surprise. In times of danger, this guy is still very reliable. He would rather take the risk himself than implicate others. She couldn't help but recall the ruthless demonic man who had saved her. In some ways, the two of them were very similar. At this critical moment, she had no time to think about it. With a flip of her small palm, she took out 3 glaze vehicles. She looked like a rich little lady. Come on, don't stand on ceremony. 1 for each of us. Lady Situ bit her lips and said, Be careful. After that, she activated the glaze vehicle and left quickly in the direction of a group of people. Bai Shanliang and Gong Sun Wuxia left one after another. Junior brother Yuxian, hang in there. I'll send a message to the inner sanctum immediately. I believe they'll send reinforcements very soon, Bai Shanliang said. Gong Sun Wuxia hesitated, then pouted and said, Don't die. If you die, Sister Wuxin will be snatched away by another man. Su Yu cupped his fists and bid farewell. He then turned into a fragmentary line and sped into the distance. The glaze vehicle was extremely fast. Without realizing it, Su Yu had crossed the area of the soul-seizing palace and entered the central prefecture. This was the first time Su Yu had been so close to the central prefecture. As he crossed the border, he suddenly realized that the space around him was strange. He had clearly flown far away, but there seemed to be a force at the border that was pulling him back. After several attempts, he failed to cross the border and remained in the area of the soul-seizing palace. When Su Yu used his soul eyes to explore, he discovered that the space energy at the border between the blessed and heavenly lands and the central prefecture was very chaotic. Once he was in it, the space around him would change because of the changes in the space energy. Hence, Su Yu failed to get out of it several times. Under normal circumstances, he had plenty of time to cross it slowly, but now he didn't have the time. He had to get ready to face the enemy. Su Yu's eyes flickered. He kept moving forward along the border, hoping to find a suitable place to face the enemy. To his surprise, he discovered that the more he went forward, the more chaotic the space area became. There were faint signs that it was spreading toward the depths of the soul-seizing palace. What happened? Why is there such a huge space disorder? Su Yu was extremely puzzled. The space of the Jojo continent was very stable. Even the all-creation old monsters could only tear the space apart and carry out transportation. It was impossible for them to cause such a huge space disorder. Was it a natural phenomenon? Su Yu was puzzled. However, Su Yu found a place that was suitable for him to face the enemy. Crack! With a crisp sound, the glazed vehicle under Su Yu's feet broke into a crack that was as big as the mouth of a bowl, and its spirituality quickly dissipated. As a one-time consumable, its lifespan had come to an end. Before long, two figures chased after him, one in front of the other. Swish! They did not stop to rest, but headed straight for Su Yu. Su Yu's eyes shone brightly as he plunged into the boundless space area in front of him. Die! The purple moon demonic man's forehead shone with a brilliant purple light, and a beam of purple moonlight shot out, piercing straight toward Su Yu. However, the straight beam of purple moonlight disappeared midway. Be careful! At the same time, the plated bamboo hat man suddenly pulled the purple moon demonic man away. Behind the purple moon demonic man, a beam of purple moonlight appeared soundlessly, and it almost killed him. The space here is chaotic. Don't use your magical powers recklessly. The plated bamboo hat man stared at the surroundings, and his pupils shrank slightly. While they were chasing after Su Yu, they also felt a vast chaotic space, which was strange and unusual. They had never seen such a huge space disorder area before. The purple moon demonic man was the most shocked. This place was close to the soul-seizing palace, and he knew very well that not long ago there had been no abnormalities here. However, none of this was important, as the most important thing was to kill Su Yu. Having learned their lesson just now, they were much more cautious in their attacks, and they relied entirely on their physical bodies to fly. Like Su Yu, they were often transported to other areas by the fluctuating space. Sometimes they were very far away from Su Yu, and other times they were very close to him. They could not control them at all. After chasing for a while, the purple moon demonic man frowned deeply. Damn it! What is going on here? If this continues, unless Su Yu happens to be transported to our side, we won't be able to do anything to him. Su Yu turned around, and the corners of his mouth curled up. You're right. You can't do anything to me, but I can do anything to you. Swish! Without hesitation, Su Yu threw out a round ball that was half blue and half yellow from his sleeves. The speed of the round ball was extremely fast, as if it was nothing. The purple moon demonic man thought it was some kind of hidden weapon, so he condensed a fist and threw it out. To prevent himself from getting hurt again, he did not use any magical powers. However, just as the attack was about to land, the bamboo hat man's eyelids twitched. Oh no, don't be stubborn. It was too late, but it was already too late. With a flash, he pulled the purple moon demonic man away. The round ball almost brushed past their faces. However, even so, the two of them flew backward as if they had been bombarded by the mighty force of a landslide. The purple moon demonic man opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, while the bamboo hat man's clothes were shattered on the spot. The two of them felt a lingering fear. The strong wind that brushed past their faces was already so terrifying. If they were hit by the round ball head-on, wouldn't they explode and die on the spot? Su Yu sighed inwardly. His left eye flashed with a red light, and the underworld pearl was taken back by the power of space. The underworld pearl was originally a weapon. Due to the lack of a matching cultivation technique, it could only be used as a stone in Su Yu's hands. Its power was weak, and it would be difficult for it to unleash its full power when used against almighty strong men with quick reflexes. However, this blow proved that the underworld pearl was not afraid of space teleportation in this place. With its unparalleled weight, space could not teleport it away. Hence, it could be thrown out in a straight line. Since his plan had failed, Su Yu put away the underworld pearl and lifted his eyes to look over. Su Yu's gaze turned cold. After the bamboo hat man's clothes were shattered, the real face that was revealed was one that he recognized. Chapter 924. The person in front of him was a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Little bastard. The middle-aged man's face was full of murderous intent. You killed my son and killed the juniors of my family. Have you ever thought of paying for this? The person in front of him was none other than the Shao's family master. Apart from the factions, he was the most powerful family in the blessed and heavenly lands, the Shao's family. It was no wonder that he wanted to control Lady Situ. If he remembered correctly, he had been obsessed with Lady Situ's beauty ever since he was young. He was the one who had secretly killed Lady Situ's husband, and part of the reason for that was his lust for her beauty. It was no wonder that he had appeared as the man in the bamboo hat. If his current identity was revealed to the Red Blood Palace, the Shaos would be the one to be exterminated. I've never owed anyone a debt in my life, but there's only one debt that I won't repay, and that's the debt of blood. So you said he had never killed innocent people, so he had a clear conscience. I'll make you pay for it today. Now that his identity had been exposed, the Shao's family master would not allow Su Yu to live. With a stern shout, he turned into a residual shadow and flew over. Unfortunately, the space region was chaotic. A gust of space energy rushed over and swept the Shao's family master in another direction. The Shao's family master was furious, and his eyes were red as he attacked crazily. The purple moon demonic man frowned deeply. He had thought that he would definitely get rid of Su Yu, which was why he had dared to show himself. Don't be arrogant. The purple moon demonic man bellowed and joined in the chase. Compared to them, Su Yu used his soul eyes to understand the nature of the surroundings. He could clearly identify the space in those regions, and when it was about to be chaotic, he could easily avoid it and avoid being transported inexplicably. However, he also understood that he could only stall his opponent for a while. Just like that, the group of people chased after Su Yu in the space region of chaos. Su Yu moved forward in a zigzag manner, while the Shao's family master and the purple moon demonic man were hot on his trail. The chase lasted for a whole day. The purple moon demonic man gradually realized that something was wrong. This brat is really strange. He's only a 6th grade fairy, but his vital energy foundation is even worse than a 9th grade fairy's. Normally, a level 9 fairy would have exhausted all of his vital energy after being hunted for a whole day. Yet Su Yu was still full of vigor and energy. All the more reason for us to kill him. The Shao's family master stared at Su Yu. Throughout the day, they had traversed countless regions. They had long since entered the region of the central prefecture from the blessed and heavenly lands. Looking at the direction, it was close to Tianya City. The deeper they went into the region of chaotic space, the more shocked they were. That was because this region of chaotic space was incomparably vast. They weren't the only ones. Many other living beings were trapped in the chaotic space, unable to fly out for a long time. Among them, there were also some fleeing members of the Situ clan who mistakenly entered this area. Occasionally, they could even catch a glimpse of a few groups of ferocious birds that had wandered away. In short, a large area of heaven and earth was disturbed by this mysterious space. Right at this moment, the Purple Moon Devilman and the Shao family's master were suddenly enveloped by a sudden spatial disturbance, and they were forcefully teleported away. They were already numb to such experiences. Other than frustration, they immediately locked onto Su Yu's direction once they were teleported out, lest they lose him. However, to their delight, the transportation this time did not send them off course. Instead, it sent them 2 zhang away from Su Yu. Su Yu's face fell, but he was already prepared. Without hesitation, he activated the 5 elements divine prison and released the 5-pulse dominant wave to cover the surface of his body. It was like layers of water ripples, protecting his whole body. Buzz! Almost at the same time, the water ripples surged. The Shao's family master and the Purple Moon Devilman bombarded the water ripples at the same time. The Purple Moon Devilman's palm energy did not even cause the slightest ripple, while the Shao's family master's palm energy caused the water ripples. But it was still barely blocked. What kind of defense is this? Both of them were shocked. Su Yu's eyes shone brilliantly. His arm flickered with a green light, and Meng Tian, who was unconscious, was taken out by Su Yu. When Meng Tian opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the scene of the Shao's family master and the Purple Moon Devilman attacking the water ripples crazily. Your life is in my hands, but they are attacking you wantonly and abandoning you. This is your current situation, Su Yu said calmly as he looked at the sturdy water ripples. Combined with the scene before him, Meng Tian quickly realized his situation. He had been captured, but had been abandoned by the Shao's family master and the Purple Moon Devilman. If Su Yu died, he would surely kill him before he died. You want to live, and I want to live. We have the same goal, Su Yu said. Meng Tian's brows sank. You want me to attack them? Just now they had been allies. Why not? You cherish their lives. But do you think they value you in the slightest? Su Yu said. Besides, we only need to repel their attacks. Meng Tian's mind was racing. Although they were serving the same influence, it was not worthwhile to sacrifice himself to help them. Meng Tian's eyes flickered with ruthlessness as he asked, What do you want me to do? I suppose you won't let me go for the time being, right? Of course not. Once Meng Tian was released, he would undoubtedly stand on the Shao's family master's side again. He would then mobilize the birds to attack Su Yu again. Use your beast-taming technique to summon the nearby scattered flocks of ferocious birds immediately. I will control your life and death. If you make any strange movements, I will kill you first, Su Yu said. Meng Tian had also guessed that Su Yu would use this method. After pondering for a moment, Meng Tian said, All right. When he finished speaking, he took out a purple flute again and placed it next to his lips to play it. The sound of the flute was transmitted in all directions, ignoring the spatial disorder. The ferocious birds who had lost their masters and were lost in the spatial disorder area flapped their wings and screeched shrilly as they gathered there. The nearest 3rd grade, almighty ferocious bird swooped over immediately. Under Meng Tian's control, it took the lead in attacking the Purple Moon demonic man Meng Tian. If you dare attack me, Lord Bloodbone will not forgive you when we return. The Purple Moon demonic man killed the attacking ferocious bird furiously and yelled, Don't listen to his bewitchment. Meng Tian put down the purple flute and sneered. If I don't attack you now, are you going to wait for the one behind me to attack me? Retreat at once, or don't blame me for being merciless. You should know how powerful the ferocious birds are. Once they gather in a flock, even your souls can't escape. Struggle appeared in the Shao's family master's eyes, but as he looked at Su Yu, who was right in front of him, he couldn't suppress his hatred. I'm sorry, but this is my only chance to avenge my son. Ziyu, let's attack him together. Such a defense can only be activated by an extremely powerful vital energy, and his vital energy has already been consumed. Now he doesn't have much left. The Shao's family master, who had discerned Su Yu's situation, shouted coldly. The Purple Moon demonic man did not want to let Su Yu off either, so he immediately joined in the attack. Su Yu's heart sank bit by bit. It was indeed, as the Shao's family master had said, the 5-pulse dominant wave consumed a lot of vital energy, and it could not be sustained for long. What was gratifying was that, as the sound of the flute spread out, a large number of flying beasts were gathering, forming quite a large group. Keep the Shao's family master occupied first. Su Yu stared at the Purple Moon demonic man. In fact, his fear of the Purple Moon demonic man was far greater than that of the Shao's family master. This was because the Purple Moon demonic man was one of the few who knew Su Yu's true identity. Once he discovered that the Su Yuxian in front of him was Su Yu, then Su Yu would lose his chance to hide his identity. This person was much more dangerous than the master of the Shao family. As for the Shao's family master, Su Yu had several ways to kill him, but the price he would have to pay would be great. Kill the Purple Moon demonic man first. Crash! The flying beasts that filled the sky pounced over and besieged the Shao's family master. Even though the Shao's family master had the cultivation of a 6th-grade almighty, he dared not underestimate the ferocious birds. Hence, he had no choice but to give up on breaking the 5 pulses dominant wave and turn to deal with the densely packed flying beasts. Su Yu tapped the ground with the tip of his toes and charged straight at the Purple Moon demonic man with a 5 pulses dominant wave. The wings on his back fluttered, and his speed exploded, reaching the same height as the Purple Moon demonic man. The Purple Moon demonic man's brows creased. The defense on the surface of Su Yu's body was invulnerable, and Su Yu had many tricks up his sleeve, which made him feel threatened. In a one-on-one fight, he couldn't hurt a single hair on Su Yu's body, but Su Yu could take his life at any time. Such a frustrating exchange of blows infuriated the Purple Moon demonic man, and he chose to retreat without hesitation. He wanted to circle to the Shao's family master's vicinity so that the two of them could join forces. How could Su Yu allow him to do as he wished? With a flick of his sleeves, the underworld pearl smashed over with a thunderous force. Having witnessed the danger of the pearl before, the Purple Moon demonic man hurriedly stopped in his tracks. As he retreated, a brilliant beam of purple moonlight shot out from between his brows once again. Su Yu's figure flickered as he dodged it and approached the Purple Moon demonic man rapidly. Then, with a flick of his sleeves, a thin thread that was invisible to the naked eye sliced toward the Purple Moon demonic man's head. The Purple Moon demonic man felt a great sense of danger all of a sudden. Without thinking, he retrieved a small purple sword that was filled with shocking spiritual energy from his sleeves. The small sword was overflowing with spiritual light, and it was very different from ordinary spiritual artifacts. It was a top-grade spiritual artifact that contained a powerful flame energy. Anyone below the 5th-grade almighty level would find it hard to endure the flames carried by the sword. Sword devours mountains and rivers. The Purple Moon demonic man was an expert in using swords. With a sweep of the sword, the sky was filled with sword shadows that carried endless flames, which came crashing down one after another. Although this sword strike wasn't as brilliant as Bing Wuxin's, it was still very ingenious. Coupled with the terrifying flame energy, it had endless power. Instead of retreating, Su Yu advanced. He took a step forward and pinched 2 of his fingers. All of a sudden, the flame energy that was swirling all over the sky became chaotic. When it was 10,000 feet away from Su Yu, it stopped and gradually extinguished. When the flame was extinguished, the remaining sword energy didn't even shake Su Yu's water ripples. From the Purple Moon demonic man's point of view, Su Yu had barged into the sea of fire, yet the flames seemed to be under his control and extinguished on their own. Such a mysterious technique shocked the purple moon demonic man once again. Sword dance in the sky. Sword beheading the world. Yin Yang sword. Su Yu performed 9 consecutive sword strikes, each one more powerful and majestic than the one before. However, Su Yu charged straight at the purple moon demonic man as if there was no one there. The Shao's family master, who was entangled with the ferocious bird, finally came back to his senses. His face fell. Leave quickly. Don't tangle with him. He has already reached the realm of fire manipulation and can control the fire element. Your purple flame, sword, can't do anything to him. What? Fire manipulation? This is the realm after the path of fire has broken through the barrier. The purple moon demonic man was greatly shocked. He finally realized how terrifying Su Yu was. What kind of talent was hidden beneath that ordinary appearance? Chapter 9:25. The Shao's family master was a 6th grade almighty with powerful combat power. Even if he was besieged, he could still handle it with ease. Therefore, the purple moon demonic man decisively retreated. You want to leave now? It's too late. Su Yu snorted coldly. Stepping on the void, the fiery red wings on his back suddenly flashed, and he chased after them. The purple moon demonic man said coldly, "It's not easy to kill you, but isn't it easy for me to leave?" Schwa. The purple moon demonic man took out an earthy yellow talisman and threw it at Su Yu without saying a word. The talisman exploded in the air, emitting a blinding light. At the same time, a frightening power swept over like an avalanche. The power of this blow was comparable to a full-force blow from a 6th grade almighty. Su Yu dodged immediately, but he was still affected. The vital energy that was covering his face dispersed, revealing his true appearance. The purple moon demonic man took advantage of the moment when Su Yu's figure paused to escape. Before he left, he glanced at Su Yu's condition after being attacked. But it was precisely this gaze that caused the purple moon devil man to seem as if he was struck by lightning, and he froze on the spot. His pupils shrank bit by bit, and the expression on his face changed from doubt to shock, and finally to ecstasy. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It's you! You are!" Su Yu cursed inwardly. His identity was about to be exposed. Clenching his teeth, a small purple dragon swam in Su Yu's left eye and flew out, entangling the purple moon demonic man. Time control! The words that were about to come out of his mouth stopped abruptly. Similarly, his body couldn't move at all. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu dashed over. As he flicked his index finger, the silk coiled around the purple moon demonic man's neck. Then, Su Yu exerted his strength with his index finger, and the silk thread sliced off the purple moon demonic man's head like cutting tofu. It was also at this moment that the time was up. A bloody mist sprayed out from the purple moon demonic man's neck like a fountain. At the same time, an illusory and transparent figure drilled out of his body and ran away in fear. As he flew, he screamed in terror, "Ah! Spare me! Please have mercy, Senior." His tone was filled with endless fear and terror. It was as if he was facing an all-creation old monster. Su Yu's face turned even colder, and a furious roar came from the depths of his chest. Then, for demonic dragons roared out and chased after the purple moon demonic man's soul. Although his cultivation was high, his soul was very weak. The demon dragon pounced forward and immediately tore it apart. The purple moon demonic man shouted in terror, "Shao's family master, save me quickly." "He is." The last few words were drowned out by the crazed roars of the demonic dragon. Apart from Su Yu, who was the closest, no one could hear what he had said. The purple moon demonic man, the soul-seizing palace's 3rd elder, was killed just like that. This scene caused the Shao family's master to widen his eyes, and even Meng Tian was greatly shocked. At the last moment, why was the purple moon demonic man unable to move his body? Also, what was with his behavior before he died? Why did he call Su Yu Senior? Who was he? This question appeared in both of their minds at the same time. Su Yu's face fell. Before the purple moon demonic man died, he had indeed revealed the truth that Su Yu was a wanted criminal of the Central Prefecture. As expected, the soul-seizing palace's elder already knew his true identity. A trace of coldness lingered in his eyes. Then, Su Yu's eyes turned cold as he looked at the entangled young master. With a shake of his sleeves, the underworld pearl flew out again, crushing him with a crushing force. At the same time, Su Yu flew over, his index finger and thumb tightly grasping the silk, ready to strike the Shao family's master at any time. The Shao family's master realized that something was amiss. With a loud bellow, powerful vital energy gushed out of his pores, sending the ferocious birds flying. He seized the opportunity to escape the siege and avoid the underworld Pearl's attack. His eyes were fixed on Su Yu. He wanted to chase after him, but his way was blocked by more and more ferocious birds. "Brat, if I don't kill you today, I'm not a human." Hatred welled up in the Shao family's master's mind. He weaved signs with both hands, and a jade seal gradually appeared above his head. It was carved with a ferocious demonic bird. "Tao Tai!" Meng Tian called out, his voice full of envy and fear. Su Yu furrowed his brows. All of a sudden he felt a burning sensation in between his brows, as if the eyeball between his brows was about to open forcibly. Back then he had been oppressed by Gu Taishu's will, which had caused Su Yu's pure divine decree to be sealed. In order to break the seal, he had used the Tao Tai's eye and an elixir to cultivate a heaven-devouring demonic eye. This eye could swallow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and could even devour the sun, moon, and stars. However, this kind of eye was only suitable for the demon race, so Su Yu had never used it unless it was absolutely necessary to prevent any changes to his body. It had been more than a year since he had entered the Jojo continent, and this was the first time that the heaven-devouring demonic eye had acted strangely. The Shao family's master's divine seal was a Tao Tai. When the divine seal appeared, the many ferocious birds that were besieging him shrieked in terror, as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying. Although they did not know who it was, they could feel fear from their bloodline. A large number of birds were no longer under Meng Tian's control, and they fled in panic. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed ferocious birds had all fled. "Humph! Little beast, I want to see who else can save you." The Shao family's master laughed hideously. Without any more obstacles, he turned into a residual shadow and attacked. The speed of his body technique was far beyond what Su Yu could withstand. It was not until he was within 1,000 feet of Su Yu that the corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. His arm was filled with azure light, and a long box appeared. Inside the box was a ghostly claw that was as black as ink. It was eerie and ferocious, emitting a massive ghostly energy. After crushing the long box, Su Yu held the ghostly claw in his hand and slammed it toward the Shao family's master's head. All of a sudden, the spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles boiled and gathered crazily, forming a substantial ghostly claw above their heads. The ghostly energy that was as thick as ink surged, covering the sky and covering the sun. The clear sky just a moment ago turned pitch black. All of a sudden, the weather changed. The Shao family's master, who was rushing over, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He fixed his gaze on the ghostly claw in Su Yu's hand and was shocked. "Lord Bloodbone's palm. You. How did you get it?" Su Yu's eyes shone with a shrewd light. Lord Bloodbone? The purple moon demonic man had mentioned Lord Bloodbone once before. Did that mean that both of them were the old Bloodbone's men? The purple moon demonic man must have been ordered by the old Bloodbone to hunt Su Yu down. "Humph! Using your master's palm to slap you to death is a worthy death," Su Yu said nonchalantly. As the giant ghostly claw slammed down, the Shao family's master was extremely shocked and furious. He urged the divine seal above his head to collide with it. Crack! Theoretically, The divine seal of a 6th grade almighty should be harder and harder. However, it shattered under the ghostly claw. The Shao family's master spat out a mouthful of blood essence as his body flew backward. As he flew backward, the ghostly claw continued to crush him. Cracks the width of a finger appeared on his body, and he was about to be torn apart. Ah, little evil creature, you will die a horrible death. Before he died, the Shao family's master stared at Su Yu with a venomous gaze. Your good days are not far away. When my master is born, all of you will die. The malicious curse sent chills down one's spine. However, Su Yu said calmly, "Worst comes to worst, I'll send your master down with me." Boom! With a loud noise, the ghostly claw crushed down, leaving a palm print that covered 10,000 miles on the ground. The entire area of 100,000 miles caved in. Under this claw, the Shao family's master's corpse was obliterated. However, the moment the Shao family's master died, Su Yu retrieved his space ring through space transportation to prevent it from being destroyed. When the dust of the great battle had settled, Su Yu heaved a long sigh of relief and looked at Meng Tian with indifference. Meng Tian's eyelids twitched violently, and he immediately asked warily, "Have you decided to kill me?" "We've fought a common enemy before." Su Yu sized him up. "We've fought a common enemy before. But you tried to kill me more than once, didn't you? Gathering so many ferocious birds. You actually wanted to kill me and the Shao family's master together so that you could take my head and report back, didn't you?" In the course of the battle just now, he had felt murderous intense several times. Meng Tian took a step back and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He did not defend himself. He only had the cultivation of a 3rd grade almighty, and with the combat power that Su Yu had displayed, killing him would be as easy as killing a dog. "What do you think I should do with you?" Su Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at Meng Tian. Upon hearing that, Meng Tian's inner worry eased. His eyes flashed as he said, "I should still be of use to you." If Su Yu had wanted to kill him, he would have done so a long time ago. Su Yu smiled. "It's great that you understand. Indeed, I'm alone and weak now, and I need some power. You can control many ferocious birds, so you'll be a great help to me." Looking at him, Su Yu said, "Follow me from now on, and you'll have unimaginable benefits." There was no deep hatred between them, so Su Yu naturally hoped to use such a rare and powerful help. "If it's possible, I'd like to agree, but—" Meng Tian pointed at the dantian of his abdomen with both of his fingers. A mass of pitch-black gas was faintly discernible. Su Yu could clearly see that there was a talisman embedded deeply in his dantian within the gas. "Shue Gu has set up a seal unique to the Ghost Clan in my dantian, and it can't be undone at all. If he finds out that I've betrayed him, he can decide my life and death with a single thought, no matter how far away I am," Meng Tian said with a bitter smile. Su Yu said indifferently, "What's so difficult about a seal? Let go of your soul first, and once I've gained complete control of it, I'll undo the seal for you immediately." Meng Tian pondered for a moment, but did not hesitate. Firstly, his life was not in his hands now, so he had no choice. Secondly, being controlled by Shue Gu or being controlled by him would still result in death, so there was no difference. "Son of heaven, imperial soul!" Su Yu bellowed, and a transparent beam of light shot out of his eyes into the space between Meng Tian's brows. Meng Tian felt a wave of pain, and he felt that there was a mysterious soul energy in the depths of his soul, which was very obscure. He could feel that the wisp of soul energy could detonate his entire soul body at any time. "Your soul is very strong." Meng Tian could not help but be surprised. He felt that this person's soul energy should not be lower than a 7th grade fairy. With the cultivation of a 6th grade fairy, he had the soul energy of a 7th grade fairy, which was enough to prove that this person was a prodigy of souls. Su Yu did not respond. He placed his right palm on Meng Tian's abdomen and activated the Milky Way star sand. Before long, whiffs of black ghost energy were extracted out of thin air. The talisman relied entirely on the support of the ghost energy to function and threaten Meng Tian at all times. Since that was the case, absorbing the ghost energy would naturally cause the talisman to wither and eventually collapse. Chapter 9:26. Meng Tian was skeptical. When he revolved his vital energy, he found that his dantian was flowing smoothly, unlike before. He could not help but stare at Suyu in shock. "How did you do it?" The blood-bone old ghost's cultivation is at the first stage of all creations. Suyu glanced at him. "You don't need to know that. What you should know is that from now on the person you will listen to is me." Meng Tian calmed down from his surprise, as if he had been splashed with a bucket of cold water. However, when he thought about it carefully, he felt much better. Compared to the temperamental, blood-bone old ghost, the fellow in front of him was more humane. Judging from his behavior, he was kind to his own people, so he would not kill him easily. As he thought about it, he felt much better. "You should recuperate first," Suyu instructed as he recovered his vital energy and physical strength on the spot. 2 hours later, Suyu had fully recovered. He then took out the Shao's family master's space ring and glanced inside. There were 10 million crystals, hundreds of books of spirit-level cultivation techniques, countless elixirs of various levels, and an enormous amount of materials. All of the 5th grade items were worth at least 50 to 60 million. "Shao's family master, did you carry all of the Shao's resources with you?" Suyu's eyes lit up. Who would complain about having too much money? He could also bring the resources inside to the people of the Jinlong continent. Why not? All of a sudden, Suyu found a strange item among the cultivation techniques. It was a cultivation technique that was inscribed on a black bone. It was called the 100 Bones Demonic Tempering Technique. It was a top-grade legendary cultivation technique that was used to train one's body. Suyu had some impression of this cultivation technique. Xiao Lingjian had used it before, and its effects on body tempering were remarkable. Xiao Lingjian had only scratched the surface of the technique, yet it had such transformations. If he cultivated it to a deeper level, his body would probably be extremely powerful. Suyu had the evil dragon divine body to refine his body, so he was not too keen on this item. However, this item was very valuable, and it would be a good idea to sell it at the auction for crystals or exchange it for a top-grade legendary cultivation technique that he wanted. "Meng Tian, what does your beast-taming technique focus on?" Suyu asked. Meng Tian had already accepted his fate, so he quickly adapted to it. "Master, the beast-taming technique focuses on 2 aspects. The first aspect is communication. The demonic beasts are trained from a young age, and they can be controlled. The second aspect is rearing. After the demonic beasts are tamed, they will continue to grow, and the overall strength of the beast-taming master will increase. The beasts will be more willing to follow them. Generally speaking, a beast tamer's demonic beasts were mostly raised from infancy, while demonic beasts that had already taken form were usually unruly and difficult to tame, and would often turn on their masters. Only on special occasions would beast tamers use special methods to temporarily control ferocious demonic beasts. For example, Meng Tian had taken control of the ferocious birds in one of the Shangguan family's bird colonies, causing them to temporarily lose their spirituality and besiege Suyu and Shangguan Yunk. My beast-taming art came from a book left behind by a senior beast-tamer when I was young. From it, I found the experience and method of communicating with demon beasts. Then I slowly tamed demon beasts and gradually cultivated them to where I am today. Suyu nodded. Yes. How do I communicate with the demonic beasts? Meng Tian said, it was recorded in the letter that the senior spent his entire life to decipher more than 100 simple demonic language words. Moreover, there were many hand gestures that allowed him to communicate with demonic beasts. Is that so? Su Yu's eyes flickered. So, is it easier to communicate with words or with gestures? This question made Meng Tian feel a little disdainful, but on the surface, he was very calm. Of course it's through language. It's very difficult for demonic beasts to understand your exact meaning with hand gestures. On the other hand, language is simple and straightforward. The efficiency of using language to persuade a strange demonic beast is 10 times that of using hand gestures. It's a pity that there aren't many remnants of the demon clan's language in the 9 prefectures, and the beast tamers who have mastered the demon clan's language are rarely willing to share it. As a result, the development of the path of beast tamers is very slow, and it's far behind the path of alchemy, craftsmanship, and other sections. Su Yu muttered to himself irresolutely for a moment before he took out a jade pendant and recorded a part of his memory about the demon clan's language in it. These were 1/10 of the demon clan's words that Su Yu knew, and they were enough for Meng Tian to benefit from for the rest of his life. These are the demon clan's words. Take them back and digest them, Su Yu said. Meng Tian was taken aback. He took the jade pendant suspiciously and placed it on his forehead. Then, a large amount of memory was instilled into his mind. At first, he was very confused because he didn't recognize any of the words. But soon he was shocked because the 200 demon clan's words that had given him a great opportunity were all in there. Moreover, the translation was extremely accurate. In other words, the rest of the huge amount of words in his memory were all demon clan's words. When he realized this, Meng Tian was so excited that his whole body trembled. Nothing was more meaningful to a beast tamer than the demon clan's words. He had paid respects to many beast tamer seniors, and he had also participated in many gatherings of beast tamers. However, very few people were willing to share the demon clan's words that they had mastered. Everyone cherished their own knowledge. Moreover, the more advanced a beast tamer was, the more they would treat the demon clan's words that they had mastered as their inheritance. They wouldn't easily reveal even a single word of it. The demon clan's words that Su Yu had given to Meng Tian weren't just a description, but a treasure trove that contained almost all of the demon clan's words. He was sure that the demon clan's words that all the beast tamers in Jiuzhou had mastered were less than 1% of this memory. After mastering all of them, it would be equivalent to mastering the demon clan's language and being able to communicate with the demon clan from a young age. He could even convince some wild, demonic beasts with extremely high spiritual intelligence to work for him. Meng Tian was so excited that he almost felt like he was dreaming. Mastering so many demon clan's words, sooner or later, he would become a top-notch beast tamer. When he came back to his senses, Meng Tian had an idea. Holding the jade pendant in his hand, he knelt in front of Su Yu and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. His face was full of respect and gratitude. "Master, I will never forget your great kindness." He finally understood why Su Yu had said that submitting to him would give him unimaginable benefits. This wasn't just unimaginable, it was a great benefit that he couldn't even dream of. He believed that any beast tamer on the continent would flock to him and fight to become Su Yu's servant. This matter is only known by the heavens, the earth, you and me. If it is leaked, it will only bring harm to both of us. I don't need to remind you of this, do I? So you said. Meng Tian said solemnly, "Please rest assured, Master. Without your permission, I won't leak a single word." If it was really leaked, Meng Tian would be the first to be besieged by powerful beast tamers who would seize the demon clan's words. Su Yu would also be targeted. All right, take these 10 million crystals from the Shao family and use them to purchase resources for raising demonic beasts. Su Yu thought for a moment, then handed over the 10 million crystals to him. Meng Tian was a worthy assistant. Even though the strength of the demonic beasts he controlled now wasn't considered powerful, they had already displayed a terrifying side. If he continued to be trained, he would surely become a formidable force in the future. 10 million! Meng Tian's palms trembled, and he bowed gratefully once again. He didn't hold any grudges against Su Yu. and it was replaced by rejoicing and gratitude. He was glad that he had met Su Yu, and he was grateful for the opportunity that had been bestowed upon him. Master, Meng Tian swears to follow you until death. Meng Tian said sincerely. Su Yu nodded and asked, "Why did you besiege the Sidhu family?" "It was the saint's order," Meng Tian said. When he mentioned the word saint, his tone was visibly trembling. Su Yu frowned slightly. "Saint? Who is he?" "I don't know. I only know that he's the highest-ranking ruler of our organization. I've never seen him in person," Meng Tian said. "There's such a mysterious organization in the blessed and heavenly lands. How big is your organization? Is the blood-bone old monster in your organization?" Su Yu asked. Meng Tian shook his head again. "No one knows exactly how big it is. All we know is that it's only a branch of the organization in the blessed and heavenly lands. It used to be run by an all-creations strong man named Qianshan. We call him Hall Master Qianshan. Later, the blood-bone old monster appeared and killed Hall Master Qianshan, swallowing him alive. In the end, not only did the saint not pursue the matter of him being a remnant of the ghost race, but he also appointed him as the new Hall Master in charge of this place. All of us who used to be Hall Master Qianshan's subordinates became the blood-bone old monster's subordinates. Many of us, including myself, were placed with seals." Su Yu's eyes shone with shrewdness. The blessed and heavenly lands had an all-creations Hall Master in charge. In the land of Jiuzhou, there were as many as 45 regions. Didn't that mean that this organization had at least 45 all-creation strongmen? With such a huge force, it would be difficult for any state to rival it. Su Yu was getting more and more confused. Why did such a colossal and mysterious organization exist in the Jiuzhou continent? Why did the saint order you to do this? Su Yu's eyes flickered as he asked. Meng Tian smiled bitterly. "I'm just a nobody in the hall, and I'm even more insignificant in the entire organization. How would I know the saint's intentions? However, I've heard the Shao's family master mention that although the blessed and heavenly lands are located in the barren lands of Jiuzhou, it's a mysterious place. The saint seems to be up to something big, and he wants to wipe out this region first." Su Yu stroked his chin. Did the so-called mystery refer to the ancient bronze tree god sleeping here? He didn't know much, so Su Yu didn't pursue the matter. He asked, "Apart from you, the Shao's family master, and the Purple Moon demonic man, are there any other forces?" Meng Tian shook his head. "Our mission this time is to wipe out the Sidhu family first." Su Yu thought for a moment. Why not the Shangguan family? With the scale of the birds, they could have easily wiped out the Shangguan family in the past. Meng Tian replied awkwardly. That was the Shao's family master's idea. He's been coveting Lady Sidhu for a long time. The orders from the higher-ups were only for us to wipe out the big and small families and influences as soon as possible. The Shao's family master has been itching for action for a long time. Once he got the chance, he attacked the Sidhu family first. For that, he even set up a diversion plan. Su Yu was relieved to hear that the Shangguan family was safe and sound. Chapter 9:27. When Su Yu heard this, his eyes turned cold. Meng Tian's whole body trembled, and he knelt down in panic. "Master, please forgive me. I was just thinking of Master. It won't happen again." Su Yu restrained his coldness. He did have the power to protect the Sidhu family, but it didn't mean that he should give up his bottom line. After saying this, Su Yu slowly stood up. Meng Tian followed closely behind. "You don't have to follow me for the time being," Su Yu said. "After the great battle, your demonic beasts suffered heavy casualties. Go to the nearest Tianya city to recuperate. If anything happens, I will inform you." Upon hearing this, Meng Tian felt as if he had been pardoned, and he immediately went to Tianya city. A day later, Su Yu rushed back to the Sidhu family's castle in the sky. This place was deserted. Only the formation was still burning quietly. As he thought of this, Su Yu used the communication jade pendant to send a message to Lady Situ, ordering her to lead her people back. Although the world was big, there weren't many places that were better defended than the Situ clan's sky castle. It would be a pity to abandon it like this. Then, Su Yu headed in the direction of the Shangguan family. Along the way, he found many corpses of the Situ family's members, who had been taken away by Cabinet Mistress Kongchan, as well as many from the Red Blood Palace. It must have been the doing of the Shao family's master, who tried to kill them. As Su Yu flew past, he swept the crowd with his gaze. He didn't know whether Cabinet Master Kongchan had been killed or not. In terms of cultivation, Cabinet Master Kongchan was a 5th grade almighty, so she was no match for the Shao's family master. While he was searching, Su Yu suddenly saw a small figure stumbling in the distance. Her eyes were filled with annoyance. "I'm so pissed off. What kind of lousy place is this? Why do we have to go around and around again?" Gong Sun Wuxia was so angry that she puffed up her cheeks. Su Yu was stunned. When he sensed it carefully, he was surprised to find that the chaotic space ripples had already spread to this place. When they were fighting, the Situ clan's territory clearly hadn't been affected. How long had it been? Even this place had been affected. Huh? Su Yuxian? Gong San Wuxia's eyes lit up, and she ran over in a zigzag manner, her rosy lips panting. "Are you all right? Where are those 2 bastards? You got rid of him?" Su Yu smiled. "Yes, we're safe for the time being. Where are senior brother Shanliang and Lady Situ?" Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Wuxia said angrily, "I get angry just thinking about it. Not long after we left, the space nearby started to become chaotic, and we all got separated." "Is that so?" Su Yu stood on the spot and looked at the boundlessly vast area of spatial disorder from afar. He felt an indescribable pressure in his heart. It was as if an invisible giant hand had grasped this huge area and was constantly clenching. As for Su Yu and the others, they were like ants in the palm of the hand. A wave of restlessness and uneasiness bubbled in Su Yu's blood. "Let's go to the Shangguan family. Cabinet Mistress Kongchan's corpse isn't here." So she might have already gone to the Shangguan family to meet up with Palace Master Hua. Su Yu shook his head slightly and tried his best to keep his spirits up. Gong Sun Wuxia tapped her chin, feeling slightly better as she followed behind Su Yu, skipping and skipping. Both of them proceeded straight towards the Shangguan clan, but even after walking for a long time, they still hadn't reached their destination. Instead, their surroundings were getting more and more unfamiliar. Su Yu's sharp senses detected that the chaotic space in this place was becoming more frequent, and they would inevitably be transported every few steps they took. Now, they had no idea where they had been transported to. As for Su Yu, the pressure he felt became more and more intense. His restlessness and uneasiness also continued to increase. "What's going on?" Gong Sun Wuxia complained again, her small mouth pouting. Strange spatial disturbances, one after another, just like a fishing net. Her words were unintentional, but when they fell into Su Yu's ears, they were like thunder. Fishing net! Su Yu seemed to have grasped something, and his heart started palpitating. Intermittently, the spatial disturbances they encountered along the way became more and more frequent. At first, there was a space transportation point with a circumference of dozens of miles. Then it was a few miles apart. Now it was a few meters apart. It was as if the space in the whole area had started to boil. In other words, it was like a giant fishing net, and it was time to retract it. A great sense of crisis engulfed Su Yu's heart. "Let's go quickly." Su Yu grabbed Gong Sun Wuxia's wrist and used his soul eyes to try his best to avoid the space transportation. However, the further they went, the more frequent the spatial disturbances became. In the end, there was a space transportation point every half a meter. Su Yu held Gong Sun Wuxia's hand tightly as he was dragged into the space transportation point. "What's going on?" Gong Sun Wuxia cried out in panic. She also felt that some kind of change was getting more and more urgent, as if something was about to happen. Su Yu did not answer, because he realized that he could no longer feel the existence of any living beings. It was as if all the living beings had been swept away. No matter which unfamiliar area he was transported to, there was only dead silence. Swish! All of a sudden, a large silver lake appeared beneath Su Yu's feet. Su Yu recognized the lake. It was a huge lake that was under the jurisdiction of the Shangguan family, and the Shangguan family's residence was in the middle of the lake. Looking down, he saw the Shangguan family, but there was no one in the mansion. Not only that, but even the lake had lost all traces of life. It was as if all the living beings had been wiped out. It was also at this moment that the dense and boiling spatial disturbances came to an abrupt stop. Even the space had turned into a dead silence. The wind stopped. The clouds froze. The lake was calm, without the slightest ripple. It was as if the whole space was still, except for Su Yu and Gongsun Wuxia. Gongsun Wuxia shrank her neck, feeling a chill run down her spine. She could not help but lean closer to Su Yu. Su Yu focused his gaze. His transparent eye was suddenly unable to see through anything, and the whole world was becoming hazy and darker. After half a cup of tea's time, the world was pitch black without color or sound. It was like a dark hell that would never end. All of a sudden, a bright light appeared in the east. A dazzling sun rose slowly from the east, illuminating the world again. The sun! Gongsun Wuxia was stunned. The sky turned dark, and the sky turned bright. Everything happened in half a cup of tea's time. She was at a loss. Then, another bright light shone from behind them. Looking back, a blazing sun rose in the west as well. There is a sun in the west, too. Gongsun Wuxia did not continue, because suns had appeared in the south and north. Finally, even a sun appeared above their heads. There were 5 suns in the east, south, west, and center. Gongsun Wuxia opened her mouth wide, unable to comprehend the scene before her. 5 suns? Are we dreaming? That is not a sun, it is a person. We are not dreaming. We are in the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation. Beside her, Su Yu sighed deeply, his voice solemn. 5 golden light guards, we meet again. Su Yu looked up at the 5 golden moons. No wonder the spatial disturbances had been going on for days, and no wonder Su Yu felt increasingly restless and uneasy. It turned out that they were here, back at the frozen river. Su Yu had escaped once by using the space vortex before the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation was formed. This time they had sealed off the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation for hundreds of millions of miles. Su Yu had nowhere to run. Swish! The 5 blazing suns emitted extremely dazzling golden light, embellishing the whole world with golden light. Every blade of grass and every tree seemed to be carved from gold. Among the 5 blazing suns, 5 majestic figures, crowned with the sun, moon, and stars on their heads, looked down at Su Yu, who was on the vast land. Chapter 928. Yeah, we meet again. The blazing sun over his head said indifferently, "You escaped when we were in the frozen river. I've been looking for you for a whole year." The leader of the bright light guards sighed softly. He was in no hurry to capture Su Yu. In other words, Su Yu was already a fish in the net, so why was there a need to capture him? However, they had never considered whether this fish had the power to tear apart the fishing net. It's the same question as last time. Do you want to come with us, or do you want to bring your dead body back? The leader of the Golden Light Guards was as cold as ever. Su Yu replied calmly, "Don't you want to know why the Central Prefecture's king wants to capture me? Dead or alive?" The leader of the Bright Light Guard said, "We'll only carry out the Central Prefecture's king's orders, and we won't ask for the reason. If you're trying to tempt us, you don't have to waste your breath." How could they not understand that the Central Prefecture's king wanted the 5 of them to work together to capture a small fairy? Moreover, they had to bring him back regardless of whether he was dead or alive. It was obvious that this person had something that the Central Prefecture's king wanted. Furthermore, it was an extremely valuable item. They understood, but they also understood the price of betraying the Central Prefecture's king. No one in the world could save them. Su, you replied calmly, I'm not trying to tempt you. I just want to ask you why you're helping a villain? Do you know what he did in the Jinlong continent and what he did to the previous Central Prefecture's king, Shinichen? The expressions of the 5 Golden Light Guards changed at the same time. The leader of the Golden Light Guards squinted. You know about Shinichen and the existence of the Jinlong continent. Gongsun Wuxia, who was at the side, rolled her eyes. She had heard many shocking secrets from Suyu. The previous Central Prefecture's king, Shinichen, who was about to be crowned as the emperor, unexpectedly died because of the current Central Prefecture's king? Suyu said, It seems like all of you are aware of this, yet you are still willing to be used by him after all these years. Disappointment could be seen in his eyes. The leader of the Golden Light Guards said indifferently, So what if he knows? The people of the world struggled in the world, who did not want to survive. The Central Prefecture's king is like this, and so are we. So what if he slaughtered hundreds of millions of lives? So what if he plotted against Shinichen? In my opinion, to be able to take a step forward on the path of cultivation, any sacrifice is worth it. Since he can give us the resources we want, we will naturally be used by him. The leader of the Bright Light Guard said, What's the point of asking so many questions? To them, a person who was about to die was superfluous. Su, you replied calmly, Yes, and the meaning behind it is that I am sure that no one has died in vain under my hands. He wouldn't kill innocent people, even if the 5 Golden Light Guards were the Central Prefecture's king's men. After clarifying the whole story, they were still willing to commit crimes for the Central Prefecture's king. If they died, Suyu wouldn't blame himself. Oh, not only do you have the courage to resist us, but you also have the confidence to kill us. The leader of the Bright Light Guards was surprised, and he could not help but laugh. Young man, your spirit is commendable. Suyu took out a wooden box from his sleeve. When the wooden box appeared, it immediately emitted an incomparably dense, wood-attributed aura. Faint ripples appeared in the deathly still space. Inside the wooden box, there were 3 drops of incomparably pure liquid, each drop as bright as a crystal. Even in the absolute seal of the wooden box, it emitted an incomparable vitality, as if every drop of crystal was the source of life. The Golden Light Guard's leader's smile faded, and he looked shocked. Life Force Fountain? It's the original life liquid condensed by the All-Creation Stage 6 and above Mu people. Wisps of blazing heat flickered in the eyes of the 5 Golden Light Guards at the same time. The legendary Life Force Fountain was condensed by the All-Creation Stage 6 and above Mu people, and it could allow them to live for another 1,000 years. For them, who were in urgent need of a breakthrough, 1,000 years was a rare and precious treasure in the world. Even if you swallow this thing, it won't protect your life, the leader of the Bright Light Guard said. Hand it over to us, and we'll give you a quick death. Su Yu's eyes were indifferent. He shook his head and said, You've misunderstood. I swallowed it not to save my life, but to make it easier for me to kill you. When he finished speaking, Su Yu took out a drop and swallowed it on the spot. An enormous wave of vitality flooded Su Yu's body like a tidal wave. Su Yu's old face changed rapidly. His white hair gradually darkened and turned silver. His wrinkled and calm face gradually recovered, becoming the face of an 18-year-old youth. His skin was smooth like jade, his facial features handsome, and his eyes were bright and full of expression, as if the vast starry sky was hidden within. His hands also returned to normal, as fair as jade. In an instant, the old man turned into a handsome, silver-haired youth. Gongsun Wuxia was dumbfounded as she witnessed the transformation. When she stared at Su Yu's youthful face, she felt as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal world. His elegance and handsomeness, coupled with his indifferent and otherworldly temperament, made him seem otherworldly. At the same time, his pitch-black eyes gradually changed. His left eye was emitting a faint purple light, while his right eye was a wine red. His eyes were emitting different colors. At first glance, he was definitely not human, which made him look even more mysterious. It really is you. The pupils of the leader of the bright light guards shrank slightly. The youthful face in front of him was the portrait that the Central Prefecture's king had given them. In the beginning, they had hunted down an old man several times, so they had been apprehensive. But now, all their doubts had been dispelled. Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Even in the face of the 5 great bright light guards, he was calm. "You've been hunting me for a year. It's time to put an end to this," Su Yu said. For the past year, there had been a sword hanging over his heart. Today, it was time to face it head-on. The leader of the bright light guards stared at Su Yu, who was emitting vitality, and said, "Be careful, he has revealed his real body. Don't be careless. Use the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation." The silver-haired youth in front of him had a record of killing the Blood Emperor. Among the 5 of them, only the leader of the bright light guards could exchange 100 blows with the Blood Emperor, while the others would be defeated within 10 blows. Yet, Su Yu had been able to erase the Blood Emperor from the world without anyone noticing. So he must have some amazing means. The 5 majestic figures immediately weaved signs with their hands. All of a sudden, the sky was filled with an underworld voice. White clouds were rolling in all directions, and the wind was howling. The space surrounded by the 5 blazing suns was trembling continuously. It was because it was being compressed. In the eyes of Su Yu and Gong Sun Wuxia, the figures of the 5 bright light guards were getting bigger and bigger, and the sky was getting further and further away. In the eyes of the 5 great bright light guards, Su Yu and Gong Sun Wuxia, who had been sealed, were being compressed and gradually shrinking. The 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation could seal the space and compress it. If it was used in the deepest part of the formation, it could compress a world of 100,000 miles into the size of a palm. Once it was formed, the compressed space would be even more difficult to break. Even in all creation's stage 6 strong man would be firmly sealed, unable to break through the void and escape. However, Su Yu's eyes flickered. His left eye was glowing with a purple light, while his right eye was suffused with a red light. 1 purple and 1 red, intertwined into a divine light that blotted out the sky and the sun. It penetrated the compressed space and covered a radius of 100,000 miles. The golden light emitted by the 5 golden light guards could not offset the purple-red light, and they were all engulfed. Time and space flow backward. Su Yu bellowed. The vitality in his body was like a bottomless pit, and 10% of it was rapidly devoured. However, what was shocking was that within the area shrouded by the purple-red light, everything was flowing backward. Outside the formation, a lone goose flew over their heads. After flying for 1,000 feet, it actually flew back. The fish that had jumped out of the water returned to the water in the same way that it had jumped out and then jumped out again. The rolling white clouds flowed backward in an eerie manner. The seal, weaved by the 5 golden light guards, reversed uncontrollably, returning to the state when they had just weaved the seals. The space, which had clearly been compressed by half, gradually expanded and returned to its normal state. Time was flowing backward, and so was space. Only Su Yu and Gong Sun Wuxia, who was extremely close to him, were not affected. They witnessed the reversal of time and space. Gong Sun Wuxia's big eyes were wide open, as if she was in a dream. She turned her head with difficulty and looked at Su Yu beside her. She had the urge to look up at the god of time and space, controlling time and space. What kind of great path magical power was this? There was confusion in the eyes of the 5 golden light guards. They clearly remembered that they had already performed the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation. But right now they were in such a state. Only the leader of the golden light guards retained the remnants of his memory. He immediately gasped. Time and space are flowing backward. Suyu nodded lightly. Yes, you must have wondered how Shwedi died. Today, I'll let you experience it once. The wine-red light in his right eye dissipated, and only his left eye shone with purple light. Time flow backward. Suyu stared at the 5 golden light guards with his left eye. The boundless rays of the purple clouds locked them firmly. A shocking scene appeared. Their bodies changed at the same time. They degenerated from their middle-aged state to their youthful state. At the same time, their cultivation also degenerated. At the same time, the vast mountains and rivers were also enveloped by the purple clouds. The mountains were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the land was constantly changing its appearance. The silver lake dried up and turned into mulberry fields. The 1,000-year-old ancient trees degenerated into seedlings and finally into seeds. The mansion of the Situ clan turned into a wasteland from what it once was. Everything had returned to the state it had been hundreds or thousands of years ago. The 5 golden light guards were the same. Before long, their middle-aged bodies turned into middle-aged youths. Their cultivation returned to the state they had been in before. Before this, they had all had the cultivation of all creation stage 2, and the leader of the golden light guards had the terrifying cultivation of all creation stage 3. But now, the 4 golden light guards had regressed to all creation stage 1. The leader of the golden light guards had regressed to all creation stage 2. Their cultivation had been reversed to the state they were in 1,000 years ago, and the process had not stopped. They were still regressing, rapidly transforming into youths. The nature-defying metamorphosis made the 5 golden light guards turn pale with fright. They finally understood how Shwedi had died. He had been erased from the world by someone who had reversed time. Quick, there's no need to capture him alive. Kill him first. The leader of the golden light guards was shocked. He made a prompt decision to give up on capturing him alive and kill him instead. His heart trembled, and a sense of crisis arose. He finally understood why the Central Prefecture's king had sent the 5 of them to hunt him down at the same time. It was because he was too dangerous. Divine Palm of Light! The leader of the golden light guards yelled. The moonlight in his left palm was dreamy, and the sunlight gathered in his right hand. Soon, it condensed into 2 balls of light. It looked like his left hand was holding the Tai-yin, and his right hand was controlling the Tai-yang. Then he put his palms together, and the Tai-yin and the Tai-yang fused into one palm. A ball of light like Tai Chi appeared, emitting light that shrouded the world. Suyu was no stranger to the scene. Back then, Shwedi had also used it.